is science, technology, and innovation. What happened to Africa? I know you are expecting a more atypical statement read by a minister, as I have always told you, and it will be my mantra throughout my term as a minister. I will be with you exactly where we are as technical people to shape STI in the country so that we can drive the nation forward. I got this quote from a book written very long ago about Britain, and a gentleman called Macaulay in 1898 made this statement. Men, there have been ignorant of letters, meaning they are not really literate or readers or academicians, without art or eloquence, who yet had the wisdom to devise and the courage to perform that which they lacked language to explain. Such men have worked the deliverance of nations and their own greatness. Their hearts are their books, events are their tutors, great actions are their eloquence. What Macaulay is saying is that throughout history, those who were properly oriented, those who were properly set in their minds, are the ones who transformed society. They are the ones who transformed their generations and moved and propelled society. So since time immemorial, science, technology, and innovation is the only avenue known to propel any society forward. If any society does not innovate, any society which does not transfer the minds of their citizens into inventions, into tools, then that society remains stagnant or starts to move backward. So if we ignore STI, we render ourselves left in the ruins of history. And colleagues, you can easily see that, because we've stopped really the practical application of science, technology, and innovation in our societies. We paused our societies in the first industrial revolution. For any society that benefits from STI, any society to benefit, the citizens, the people who reside in that community, they must take responsibility to translate the knowledge and creativity into products. All of us globally have this. My understanding of policy, we know there are many technical definitions, and possibly I'm not the right person to attempt that, given that we are going to have eloquent speakers like Professor Nwagaba giving us the keynotes. There are many definitions we know, but I want to simplify it. Policy simply states the thinking. It's a complicated way of putting down the thinking of that society or the philosophy about something. It could be written, it may not be written. Now, if you get it wrong, you go wrong. The moment you get your policy wrong, now policy, I don't subscribe to the fact of the writing of books and policy statements as policy. If that were the way, we would be very for we have many great books written as policy statements, but policy is actually what is practiced. What is practiced comes from the way we think. As a man thinketh, so he is. So the way we think is the way we apply ourselves, and that is the true policy. So if you get it wrong, you go wrong, and that is what is going to be seen on the ground, no matter how many theses we have in the library in Makerere University, no matter how many documents that the professors generate, if we have not changed the way we think. And I hope that during this conference, we shall address ourselves to how we actually change the thinking from top of government, the three arms of government, to the scientists, the institutions, the students, how we shape their minds. Because if we don't, then we shall continue having books, calling them policies, but what obtains on the ground is going to be different. Now, the philosophy or the policies so far that we have adopted about STI have robbed the African nations of the benefit of the greatest resources that they have, the brain of her citizens. We have made STI to become about official statements, about what the government will say, about what the UN will say, about what this donor will say. We have also made STI elitist and ignored the innovations of our across the board of society. We made it so elitist that it is so up there, and we are incapable of reaching down to touch innovation occurs at all layers of society. And then we have made STI about money. And I'm sure this conference is going to be dominated by government funding this, funding that. You can put all the money that you want to put in science, technology, and innovation in a country. If the thinking is wrong, nothing will happen. No change will happen. So all our talking, and conferencing will not be of effect unless it results in transformation of the life of an ordinary Ugandan. That's why I chose to throw myself at you at this beginning, so that we don't again just talk about things so far high. Let us have that average middle-aged woman in the village and how they do their daily business and how they earn their living. Unless we touch that person, then all our talking is not of effect, because that's our client. That's the one whose life, the one who walks every day 4 kilometers just to get water to cook for her family. That is the client. Policy should result into a coalition of individual actions. If it has no actors, it cannot deliver change. It will remain a lot of good reports, a lot of good statements. Africa needs African minds to solve African problems. So we need to deploy these African minds so that we can deploy. Now, historically, Africa was at the forefront of STI. My being made minister has made me get a lot of interest in the history. How did we get it wrong, and how did we get it right first, and where did we get it wrong? At first, Africa was at the forefront. I was surprised to find that the Europeans learned from us how to do cesarean sections in Uganda. We were doing more successful cesarean sections in Uganda before the British. But right now, we don't produce anything that goes into that surgery. We had better technology for steel manufacturing before Europe. But what happened? We have suffered from a great mental disorientation by making science, technology, and innovation so high, so elite, so complicated, that we have disconnected from what goes on in our society and the evolution of the thinking. So at the moment, most Africans, Ugandans inclusive, we live in oblivion as to the purpose and intent of STI to a nation. And over the past 18 months, as I have interacted closely with the academic institutions, including Makerere, research institutions in this country, I realized that we need a very, very drastic effort to reorient our thinking and our mindset, because if we cannot help our nations to put transformative technologies into the hands of the citizens, then we are moving backwards, because the world is moving quicker. Now, as I have moved through the different institutions, I have discovered the following thoughts about science, technology, and innovation development. The first model which I have found, the first model which I have found is the solo researcher model, because most of the people are so academic, they are focused on publications. I'm not against publications, but they in themselves cannot change a nation. So I've discovered that one researcher will stand out, will become kind of a rebel in the environment. And because of the unsupportive environment, that researcher begins to work and continue and fight for this project. And they move through basic research, they move to product development, they move through incubation, until eventually, and that takes like 20 years, 15 to 20 years. And because that sole individual is fighting against all the policies, all the thinking that surround. Although this is quite innovative, and we have a few examples of this where an individual has stuck to a project. And Mr. Vice Chancellor, one of the big examples of this until very recently was Tira Motors. It was one person thinking and pushing against eventually a little bit of society. And I've seen one or two other examples that have grown significance. 99.9% of these ideas die. The second one is, my slides are not showing properly. The second one is, I think you can see it. I have something covering my, okay, the public good model. Now, the public good model is where I have found researchers in government institutions. Once a product is developed, it is donated to the commercial players at no cost, who then multiply and market the technology. I've found this quite a lot in government, non-academic government research institutions. They don't see their inventions as transformative of society, good enough to commercialize, to industrialize, to systematize. They give them to uninterested individuals who then exchange them immediately for foreign products, which have better sales and better marketing. The next model is the sector model, where a ministry does its research, government funds are given in, and that sector keeps working on this one product year after year. It appears on the budget. These funds are usually fragmented and end up in a sprinkle effect. They are democratic. And this, I've seen this in academic institutions. You have a fund, 30 billion, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You are giving your researchers 200 million, 100 million, and you don't have a commercial intent in the near front. And usually by the time these products reach prototype, nobody is funding them anymore. And I only need to move to every university and they will show me all the prototypes that no longer have support. This is the most prevalent model. It's so prevalent that even the participants do not recognize it. Here, the researchers are given basic sustenance, such as salaries and operational costs for the institution by government. They then write research proposals to foreign donors, often in consortia. The expected benefit of the researcher is subsistence. The researcher will be moving all over the world to present this to conferences and what, because that's critical for them getting more funding. There will be in publications, promotion, and presentation in international conferences. And the scientists are typically unaware or uninterested in products which they yield to the funding agencies. Almost 100% of the institutions I have been in Uganda have this syndrome. They even get shocked when I tell them that you're being robbed intellectually. So the policies that we come up with must address the right models. If we don't have the right research models, Mr. Vice Chancellor, you can get 1,000 grants, but without the right policy and orientation of mind and philosophy, Uganda can remain underdeveloped amidst increasing funding. Where are the products? So my interest in this forum is that the policies will show me where the products are to transform the lives of Ugandans and to transform the economy. So my expectation is that as we think through policy, we shall begin to rethink about what entails policy and what will be function. Let's not apply ourselves at such a high level and again come up with documents which are never implemented. Let's come down to what will work for us. Let the policies address the deadlocks that have blocked us, and despite having an early start in science as Africans, as Ugandans, why are we behind? And debate and come up and generate for us the policies that will put us back on the fast track, on the fast lane, so that we can catch up with our contemporaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that you have a very rich program over the next 2 days. And while I would have been glad to participate in all these sessions, this will not be possible. However, some of my officers will be in and they will prepare, they'll brief me. I'm very interested in getting the detailed report of this conference, as it will strongly inform my efforts to strengthen STI, to serve Ugandans better. I also have no doubt that the objectives of the conference, as you have outlined, as outlined by the Vice Chancellor in the remarks, and then given the caliber of presenters that I've seen, you have some of my favorite philosophers in terms of policy, and we have some connection of mind. I really believe that this is going to generate something. I thought I wanted to throw my thinking. I once again pledge my commitment to support scientists and innovators and universities. These are the melting pots of knowledge as we work together to advance science, technology, and innovation. But I also want you to pay recognition to all the innovators throughout the cross-section of society and the policies that we recommend to governments or at whatever level should not neglect the harnessing of all that rich harvest in our community. I have to leave. I'm sad to announce that I've just lost my brother just a few minutes before I came onto this. So I am not sure I'll make it to the closing, but I'll try to make my effort. But he has just died at Chirudu Hospital. So I'll be leaving to go there and to attend to the issues of burial. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister in charge of Science, Technology and Innovation. We are sorry, and you please receive our most sincere and heartfelt condolences upon the loss of your brother. We are really sorry, and we just have to excuse you, but we want to thank you sincerely for sparing that particular time, despite the very huge difficulty that you have just experienced a moment ago. And therefore, we really wish you all the best, and we pray that the soul of your brother may all rest in eternal peace. Thank you so very much. We very much appreciate. Honorable members who are present, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great honor and pleasure to invite Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Dr. Fred Muhumuza, he holds a PhD in development economics from the University of Manchester. He has been the advisor to the stakeholders in development practice, including government, private sector, and international community on matters of policy and strategy over the last 20 years. He teaches economics at Makerere University, and therefore is one of our own. And I want to take this once again to welcome Dr. Muhumuza to take us through the place for STI in the development process for Uganda. Dr. Muhumuza, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Arthur. Good morning, everybody. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your opening remarks, and condolences to you and family and other relatives and friends. This is the world we live in. It's a world of science. It's a world where science extends our lives, makes our lives better. And for us as economists, we are always privileged that in these circumstances, economics surrounds everything that we plan to do. And as I share my presentation, I hope it is visible to you. I will take a few moments to share with you the integration of STI, where we are, where we possibly are not, and why, and how we can do better going forward in the making sure science is deeply rooted in everything that we do. In the next few minutes that I do have to share with us this presentation. I want to appreciate the invitation of the organizers to be part of this historic and momentous kind of conference. And here it is, science again giving us the privilege that without investing so much in terms of physical meetings, we are still able to have such a conference. And it's my prayer that we'll let the science, technology, and innovation take these things even further, that we can have classes for those who may not be confined to incur costs of having to be physically close to the universities and the other centers of sharing knowledge, but people can be anywhere. We can even introduce windows. Quite often, I'm amazed when I'm teaching my class of 100 or 150 people, and there is a lot of space behind there. But now here is even unlimited space in the cyberspace. And the VC academic, we may want to introduce additional windows of sharing knowledge, but also making resources for the university to allow people to come and be guest students in our lectures in cyberspace. They can pay attendance fee so that they do not bother us with marking, since that is not their interest. Their interest is to be there and learn the knowledge. So we could set up additional windows where people can come to university for knowledge, not necessarily for the qualification, and they pay us some contribution for attendance. This is the innovations that we are discovering through these ICTs. I am saying that the trends in the last 2 decades and possibly even more show us that the world is being redefined, not least by STI, but by many other things as well. The time has never been more complex for those trying to discern the trends, the challenges and opportunities in the global economy. Working in the economic space, we always try to model the future, forecast the future, but no one could foresee a pandemic of these proportions 3 years ago, and no one knew that it would last this long or have such a devastating impact on global economies. But we want to appreciate scientists that even as it came in, they were handy to give us some pointers on how to manage a pandemic like this through basic things: hand washing with soap, social distancing. This is core science that we have not appreciated in many fronts of our discipline, and yet it is fundamental to humanity's progress over the centuries. We have key developments in the world context that have been exponential. Even where consensus has emerged and we all know what to do, like through MDGs and SDGs, progress still has been limited. We still hear people debating consensus that vaccines do work. Others do not want them. Others are still debating that science is still challenged, not only in its formation and formulation, but in its application to resolve humanity's challenges. We have shifted quite a number of people out of poverty, but we're still facing issues of vulnerability, issues of inequality at all levels. And the COVID pandemic has clearly shown to us that even the people we thought were very clearly out of danger still remain in danger. You're talking about owners of schools, because education was known to be continuous, and people who had invested their savings and had schools or training colleges as retirement packages into the future have now noticed that no one is safe until everyone is safe, and that the issue of inequality elsewhere. So question is, what are the most important challenges that we face, and what are those potential solutions? I was told to speak about the most pressing needs, and I found quite many. It was at a loss to reduce them to 5. That in terms of Uganda, when you come to Uganda, our key challenges is basically growth that is very slow and a growth that is not inclusive. And this is partly due to limited effectiveness of a number of government initiatives. They have been rolled out. We have seen nice roads. We have seen huge money spent in structures and other areas, but these have not translated into improvement of society. Just like in the opening remark of the Honorable Minister, how do we commercialize, how do we transition science to speak to individual persons? Next to me, I keep looking at a structure that is coming up, the gender, our neighbors, the gender building. I am seeing a lot of use of steel, iron and steel, where we used to use pillars of concrete and stones and bars. And I'm just wondering, at least the cement was Ugandan, the stones were possibly Ugandans, the boys and girls who would mix the cement and feed the people who are mixing the cement, giving them lunch, were Ugandans. Now with these metal struts coming in, certainly imported from some other country, you begin to see growth, but which has no inclusiveness of the communities. How does science help us to answer this? Because if you do not answer the inclusivity, the economies will grow, but poverty, inequality, food security will remain, across regions and certain segments of the population. These are not social science questions only, but they are also speaking to the real hard science on how do we design the progress and development of the country. Insecurity continues to surround us. Al-Shabaab continues around and is extending tentacles to Northern Africa, Western Africa, now Southern Africa and Mozambique. ISIS is still out there. We do not have to discuss the evidences happening in Afghanistan, countries like Somalia. When I see the events in South Sudan, I do not forget that South Sudan is Uganda's second largest destination for exports after Kenya. Now, if trucks cannot go to South Sudan, certainly there are issues there. These are challenges that we want to see. How does science help us to resolve some of these issues? And our rapid population growth associated with unemployment and the redefinition of production mechanisms, as I've said, according to the structures being built, a lot of things are being done through STI. We have a lot of data analysis that used to be by people. I remember, I want to believe many of us in the 80s and 90s used to write projects, and one of the budget items would be a data analyst. Right now, you possibly have software which does it for you. So that data analyst, which used to be a young graduate or master's student, today might be sitting at home looking for what do I do, because we have found a more efficient one. And of course, climate change is another issue. The structure of our economy in Uganda really raises complications. I have clearly put out there in red, you can see that the non-financial corporations are a large component of our economy, but also households and informal production is another large component of Uganda's economy. And these are areas where science possibly is least applied and yet is most needed. So as the Honorable Minister has indicated, what are the solutions being offered by current policies today to speak to these large sectors? You cannot grow your economy without addressing households and informal production, which is 50% of this economy. That speaks to my early observation that there is slow growth and which is not inclusive. So as I come towards the end of my presentation, I want to look into some key aspects. What are the challenges of mainstreaming STI into development? One is that STI has been at the heart of securing survival and growth of humanity for centuries, but we quite often take it for granted. I just learned from the Honorable Minister in our conversations at some point that even the washing of our faces, which we had taken for granted, was about control of trachoma. This is science, but for most of us, we will think it is the cultural thing to do when you wake up, you wash your face. But then this is actually was science. We are here looking at things we have basically ignored: hand washing, social distancing, having good nutrition, crop rotation. The things we do loosely and we think we have just been practicing them either out of courtesy or culture have actually been informed by science. We know the importance of crop rotation, much as so many people have hinted on above. The households in the informal production do crop rotation. They may not know why they are doing it. Science needs to get in there and explain to them the reasons and therefore affirm the importance of crop rotation, crop diversification, and many other things, and which crop should come after which crop. That may not be known to my grandmother, to my mother and my sisters and brothers in the village. For them, they just think you rotate crops. But there is science that can inform those decisions to increase the faster pace of growth, increase productivity, and put people at a better footing in their lives. Culture and context, therefore, have undermined the integration of STI for better results. We still see people keeping large herds of cattle as an end. Some of them just believe having many cattle is the answer. We all know our dowry systems, where the girl who receives the biggest number of cows being offered to the other family, that is a big function. None of us goes in to say, how can science actually help us? What is cattle keeping about? It's basically about production of either beef or milk or other products. It's about the productivity. It's not the number of cows. If your 5 cows give you 20 liters, why don't you replace them with 1 cow that can give you 100 liters? But that is science. It's about the income that you earn. So in our traditional and household way of living, in our cultural and contextual way of living, we still see science there being either informally applied or not applied with any purposeful focus. So we have really a challenge, especially at academic institutions, to leave the science out of community, that we must find ways of how do we extract that science from the labs, from our heads, from our brains, from the lecture rooms, and take it right where the action happens. As they say, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. The science must go out there and grow these economies and resolve the challenges we have seen up there. Climate change, people are cutting trees for income to get charcoal, but they are forgetting that the charcoal they are getting is only, the income is for a day, and yet the tree was meeting an eternal purpose. We still have large families based on culture, and some people inability to access family planning. We have failed to associate scientific discoveries with wealth. And I think this is another lesson clearly learned from the COVID pandemic. As we were looking through the opportunities, we have realized that the pharmaceutical industry is quite rich. And you can see how underinvested it is, that even as we have money to buy vaccines, the vaccines are nowhere to be bought. Now, blessed are those who have been manufacturing the vaccines. They have earned money, so much money out of these pandemics, and we can make this a tradition. And I want to appreciate the honorable minister's coining of the word of the pathogen economy that is really taking up space in the public policy and investments of the future. How can we benefit from these pathogens, both in controlling them, but also in making investments? We need to increase productivity. On the left, I've put a picture of what households and houses looked like possibly in the last century. And in the background, you'll clearly see where we are going. Because science, increasing productivity, we're talking about output per space. How do we increase production in agriculture? We may not begin grabbing people's lands. We may not begin buying square miles of land. How do we introduce science to make sure it is going to be productivity? That out of that 1 acre, you are able to multiply what you'll be getting out of 20 acres. That out of a short house of 3 to 4 stories, you can actually build one of 80 stories on the same geographical space and do a lot more. Now that will require scientific thinking, but also scientific discoveries. Can we build wooden houses that go all the way up to the 84th floor and preserve the trees that we would need to cut by spreading out all those floors? This was a conversation that the longest building that is made of wood is about 20-25 stories. And we extend that. Science will be required to inform those. The STI will create wealth at all levels. When you are training scientists, some people are earning a living because that's where they work as teachers, as lab technicians. I was surprised by a young man who actually invested in rats because he said they are experiments and lab and examinations. So how do I predict that this year it is going to be rats to be used? And the young man, the day he got it right, he was able to sell 1,000 rats to a number of schools. This is making money out of the training. But there's also money to be made out of research and development, the production of those prototypes. And most importantly, there is even more money to make at the consumption, what the minister was referring to, commercialization and distribution of those products. Quite a lot of our products are sitting somewhere and we haven't linked up with the people to do the commercialization. Where we have done it quite often, we have continued on as scientists, but forgotten that that space belongs to quite a number of commercial venture fellows. I still appreciate people like Tim Berners-Lee, the human being who invented the internet way back in 1989. He didn't possibly know so much of what could be done with it, but he gave it to the world as a gift. And what a blessing it has been to us. That's what we're talking about, commercialization of a scientific invention that revolutionizes the world. How do we address all those? And I think this speaks to the models the minister has given to us. Many of us are sole researchers. Some of us are using the slave model. You participate in other people's research without looking at the products we want to resolve. What is the challenge we want to see? Social distancing, somebody knew we are social beings. and we want to socialize with people, there are times we used to write letters of PO box and they would take months to get a reply back. Somebody just innovatively created social media and many other things to say we can leverage the internet to allow people across the globe. How can we make science speak to these realities of life? The plans of government, which often make a lot of things of peer science or STI as a peer to the other sectors. This is one of the transformations that is happening, and I want to really appreciate the wisdom of the president in elevating STI from a ministry into the office of the president. It cannot be a peer of the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works. It is actually an enabler across all these ministries. So when STI speaks, it should be speaking with authority to all others because it belongs to all. And we need to be bringing this in our training, in our perception on how we progress the science. The manufacturing and agro-processing, these are areas where the National Development Plan 3 is speaking. But how is the science informing the agriculture? How is the science linking with the production? We have seen challenges we have faced with a lot of factories built for oranges, and then we realize that the oranges around the factory are not actually the match that the factory machines are processed or designed to process. How do we make our own domestic science, both at the manufacturing level, linking up with the other sectors of the economy? And finally, I want to say, how do we develop the STI itself? Because much as it offers us solutions to the global challenges and economic challenges of development, science itself is facing significant challenges in being developed as an STI component. One is the training of the STI professionals. This is quite poorly coordinated and poorly facilitated. All of us know the schools we came through. Today, when I go back and look at the schools that trained me in biology, in chemistry and physics, you'll be lucky to find a laboratory, lucky to find a teacher from senior 1 to senior 6, and most importantly, lucky to find a lab technician who will take you through, or even the chemicals that you're supposed to use, Bunsen burners and gases that can be used. So we need to get back and not sit at the top, begin to pick interest in what is happening in the pre-primary, in primary and secondary, in the training of these scientists. Otherwise, we're going to become a space where there will be fewer professionals, and yet we need more, even as the STI sector broadens itself. Then we'll be left to adopt global knowledge, which can be costly, but also not accustomed to our own conditions. And bullet twice say, while we welcome the increase of salaries for scientists, science teachers in lower levels and in higher levels, the intention can only be realized if we invest both in the learners and the learning equipment. Where are those teaching aids for scientists? Where are the labs at all levels? All these kinds of things need to be invested in, otherwise we'll pay teachers and still not be able to get the result that we need. The scholarships. I was surprised at one time we were walking through the Silicon Valley and we asked how they have really maintained knowledge economy in the West Coast of the United States. This is why you have Seattle, you have the Silicon Valley, you have California, San Francisco. All these areas have really been driven by science for decades. And one of my surprise discovery was they said, well, scientific brain does not just emerge when you are age 10. It is born there. So they go to the kindergarten and identify children with traits of becoming scientists, and they give them scholarships for life. So that even if a different leader comes in and hates that child for whatever reasons, the state has already offered a scholarship at year 3 for life. Because their argument is this child is a state asset, is no longer a child of their parents. So the inadequacies at family level must not deny the state the benefits that this child is going to offer. I'm looking forward to such opportunities, that scholarships to scientists will not be offered at universities, but will go down and identify this brain so that even children whose mothers walk the street as hawkers, that brain needs to be secured for the country. How do we get to those levels? Through policy and facilitation. The facilitation of R&D, I don't need to debate this so much. We all know the inadequacies at those levels. But also the transformation of the R&D, the products, the services that come out to enable science, improve humanity. And I think the minister was clearly very keen on this. The killer force of this world. We have a lot of discoveries. How do we promote the Professor Guangs of this world, the COVID, so that they can be rolled out even without pandemics coming through? How many discoveries are sitting somewhere in a lab because we have failed to address that third last bullet on how do we transform these for humanity's improvement? But also the general and specific financing, talking about general financing of science, the training, the labs, the research, but also specific interventions that may come through. How do we advance them? You can see all the people have made their money in STI and now investing in scientific discoveries, going to the edge of the moon, and they are competing, spending millions of dollars to get out there. People have invested in running shoes, because the people who ran and their records are being broken are now challenging the breaking of records, saying, well, the shoes I used as Akiba in 1972 are not the shoes people are using in 2021. So there is the aspect of the shoe leave around the human body. Are we engaged in that scientific discovery with the wealth and monies that it brings? Finally, is the visionary leadership and strategic planning. I'm talking about issues of coordination. The minister mentioned issues of solo researches, slave models. How are we coordinating the different scientists in the different areas, in the different institutions, to rally around human problems, but also coordinating the after the science, the commercial business persons to propel some of these investments to the next level. Every time I'm going through Kampala, I see huge structures of buildings where people have spent millions of dollars, but these buildings are empty. Did we offer them an option to say, if you invested in science, there is a discovery here that can come up? Uganda, we don't even have a platform. I've had people complaining Facebook is closed. Who is taking advantage? Because already the proof of concept is done that Facebook can attract people. Who is going to invest in developing a Ugandan-based Facebook and make that money? But people are still buying land and doing different kinds of things. So what signals are we giving? Where is the leadership, the strategic planning, and the coordination of all these strategies to make implementations and different reviews? These are, for me, some of the challenges that I think this conference will do us good in addressing, but also going forward. This is the first conference. How I pray we'll have very many more coming up. I want to once again thank the organizers for the opportunity to be part of this conference, and I hope my kind of insightful things will help us as we forge our way forward. Thank you very much, and I do recognize everybody attending this meeting. Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor, for championing the university to organize this particular conference, and for the particular individuals who have taken part in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. We very much appreciate that insight. It's quite a great one. There are many comments and questions coming in, and I request the participants to hold on to the comments and the questions. We still have a session going on, and we decided to, because of the limited time, we preferred that the questions to this session would be asked together with the session which is coming on next. And so members, please keep note that keep your questions. Some of them you may have to post them in the chat, but we are going to have a question and answer session which will last us about 30 minutes at the end of the next presentation. And my colleague, Mr. Arthur Makara, who is also in the room, is the next moderator for the next session, and he'll be working with me together, and he will be able to take on the moderation for the next session. Arthur Makara, could you please take on? Please keep your questions, members, and let's have them in the next session. I mean, after the next presenter, we are going to have some very, very insightful discussion. And because we are receiving really primers of these presentations, and really, really very good presentations. So Arthur Makara, please, I invite you to take on the moderation.
Thank you, Professor. I hope I can be heard. My name is Arthur Makara, and I'm the moderator for this session. And I've been working as a Commissioner for Science, Technology, Innovation Advancement and Outreach at the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. This session, it's actually still part of this first session. So it's a presentation to be made by Mr. Ajel Pal, who is the CEO of CIPLA Quality Chemicals, representing Mr. Emmanuel Katongore, the executive chairman of CIPLA Quality Chemicals Industries, that has been very fundamental in revolutionizing the pharmaceutical industry in Uganda. And we are bringing the business side of innovation here. Mr. Jel has 16 years of working experience in the pharmaceutical industry across India, South Africa, and now in Uganda. And he also holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy and a Master's in Business Administration. And he brings that vast experience in helping our country to contribute to the region in terms of generating pharmaceuticals and exporting. Actually, we are generating a lot of revenue from the work of quality chemicals industries. His topic is on developing Uganda's emerging pharmaceutical industry, and he would bring the role of research and innovation, because most people think research is in the universities and in the academia, but this is the time to bring the private sector to appreciate, to support, and receive ideas from the academia, and also itself within their work. They also have laboratories, they research, and also innovate. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Jel Pal to give us this presentation this morning. Thank you, Mr. Jel, for your time. So straight away, you can share your screen and give your presentation. Thank you. Professor Tugume, were you listening to me?
Yes, I was listening to you, and J. Par is on. I can see him.
Can
You
you share
listened in
his
very well.
screen and start his presentation? How do we
I
get
can
him
see
to?
him on.
How do we get him to follow what we are talking?
I could see him online.
Maybe unmute his mic. It seems to be muted.
Okay, our IT is handling that. I think he's unmuted. Unmute, unmute, unmute.
No, he's not unmuted. His video is on, but he's muted.
So
Being
do
handled.
you have his number? Can someone call him? Herbert, can you call him?
No, he has to be unmuted first. Let him be unmuted. The IT is handling it. We have asked him to unmute. He needs to unmute. We have to ask. He needs to unmute. Let me give him a call. can I guide, Arthur Makara, can I guide? Could you accept to receive a few questions from the audience as we work out on Mr. J's rejoining? We are in touch with him, but in the meantime, please accept a few questions from the audience, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor, for that. I think that is the efficient use of time. We've all had a very insightful presentation from Dr. Mhomza, pointing out our grand challenges as a country, especially touching the area of slow economic growth, which is also sometimes not properly quantified. And also, of course, it's also an equal distribution of resources and this growth. Also looking at the issue of unemployment and poverty and some pockets of food insecurity, amongst others. Then also, of course, he also brought out areas regarding strategic approaches to harnessing science, technology, and innovation, to addressing these challenges and the role of the different players from the academia to the industry and also the governance approach in the direction of harnessing STI, including going to the grassroots and also identifying talent early. So I'd like to open the
apologies. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, moderator. I was just knocked off and there was some internet issue, but I rejoined. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mr. J. Did you hear my introduction of you?
Yes, I was. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for that matter, let's now straight away go to listen to Jay about the growth of the pharmaceutical industry and their role in innovation and research that goes on in the pharmaceutical industry. Thank you. We shall listen to the questions after his presentation.
Thank you, moderator. As you have alluded, I am representing Emmanuel Katengole, who is the chairman of SIPLA QCIL, executive chairman of SIPLA QCIL. Let me try to share my screen, and then we can go ahead with the presentation. Is my screen visible?
Yes, the screen can be seen now. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. As pharmaceutical industry, it's the base of pharmaceutical industry is research and innovation. That's where it stands at. So what I'll cover in today's presentation is how does the industry evolve? What is the history of the industry is? What are some of the emerging trends in research? Some of the key statistics on the research, where Uganda's pharmaceutical industry is. Then we're going to cover some of the emerging new trends in pharmaceutical space. And in the last, how does research and innovation help us so far and what we can do to make it better? Sorry, just a little bit of struggle on managing the slides. Bear with me for a minute, please. All right. So in 2021, the pharmaceutical and biotechnology sector has come a long way from its roots in 19th century pharmacy. The roots of pharmaceutical industry lies back with apothecaries and pharmacies that offer traditional remedies. Whilst the scientific revolution of 17th century has spread, the idea of rationalism and experimentation and the industrial revolution of 18th century had transformed the production of goods the marrying of two concepts for human health was comparatively late development. So quite some time late, these two parts come together to convert research and use that into an industrial production of pharmaceuticals. For the reference, the first synthetic compound was chloral hydrate, synthesized in 1832. The value of plants and plant extract in pharmaceutical production was never underestimated. Only by the end of 19th century, researchers gained more knowledge of how to isolate organic molecules to create medicines. For example, willow bark was used to treat pain and fever. However, in 1828, salicine was isolated, very late than the time when it was used to treat pain and fever, which was further researched into creating salicylic acid, which evolves into aspirin in 1900. Development of antibiotics started in 1930 to 1940 with the development of penicillin, tetracycline, and streptomycin. So going into what are some of the emerging database or information on research in pharmaceutical, as I alluded initially, that the foundation of pharmaceutical manufacturing or pharmaceutical products is research and innovation. A classic approach and timeline for pharmaceutical development pipeline. If you see, it takes average 12 years to develop a drug and bring it to the market. There are some changes to it now with the recent development in the speed with which we could got the vaccine into the market in this COVID crisis. However, in general, it still takes 11 to 12 years of time to develop a drug and bring it into the market. Some more statistics on investments required to do R&D and which converts into pharmaceutical products later on. An estimated $0.8 billion to $2.3 billion are required to drug discover one product or one molecule. Some of the stats of US companies and their investment in terms of pharmaceutical research. There is close to 19% of the US company invest their revenues in research and development. And if you see across the different sectors, let it be semiconductors, software, technology, pharmaceutical as an industry is the biggest investor in research and innovation. Over 2019 period, the pharmaceutical industry in terms of research have invested $83 billion in just 1 year. Apologies, I'm a little bit struggling with my slides. I hope I get a hang of it pretty soon. So over past year, rate of drug approval is increased significantly. Again, these are some US statistics because most of the drug development is right now focused in that part of the continent. Most of the new specialty drugs are biologics based on living cell rather than chemically active ingredients. It's just in statistics showing how that has been progressing over years. But I think a very important point to know that out of all the research carried out, hardly 12% of those molecules or drugs can make it to the market. Rest all are get lost during clinical or preclinical trial phase. Now we're going to talk a little bit about developing Uganda's pharmaceutical industry. So we came from what does research and innovation means for pharmaceutical space, how does and what are the key drivers for that research is, how much time it takes. Now we're going to a little bit discuss on what is and why Uganda's pharmaceutical industry matters. And there are two main reasons, because it's an industry, not just made in research. So one is health and the other is social and economic. So health improves self-reliance for sustainable, secure supply. And this becomes now our most important topic of discussion across African continent, given the situations with vaccines, what the continent is facing. And in doing and developing in pharmaceutical industry, it allows for access to treatment, it creates awareness about the products, and it ensures availability of products. It also safeguards, some of the substandard drugs which have been used across the African continent. So if you make it local, you can better control the quality of the drug and its efficacy. Now, this is the more impact on the health infrastructure of the country. How does it help the economy? So it does help economy in terms of diversification, balance of trade improvements, GDP growth, and job creations. Some of the key stats of pharmaceutical industry in Uganda and how does it progress over a period of time or over a last 1 decade. In 2010, as per an UNDIP report, UNIDO report, the pharmaceutical market was $250 million in Uganda, and 90% of that was imported. If you see the same stats in 2020, it's estimated to be $500 million, so it's grown significantly in terms of market size. But look at the change in statistics with respect to local manufacturing, that now you only import 70% of that total market size. If you see the change in infrastructure of pharmaceutical industry in Uganda. In 2010, we have only 11 local manufacturers and 477 retail pharmacies. In 2020, we have 13 local manufacturers and 1,179 retail pharmacies. The chemical sector, which includes pharmaceuticals, accounts for 10% of Uganda's manufacturing value. But pharmaceutical industry cannot exist in isolation and alone. It has various role players in different sectors and different structures in government, in the funding organizations, the industry itself, the trade partners. It's an illustration diagram which talks about these various stakeholders. Trade associations are all the people which makes an input supply. It could be in the form of technology, know-how, or it could be in the form of utilities, it could be in the form of materials to make the pharmaceutical product. So these are all considered as inputs. Then you have a local manufacturer which actually takes these inputs and converts into a product, which is become and used for treatment of conditions or given to the patients. Now, how that moves from being manufactured to the market and to the patient, then you have in between distributors, retailers, and then you have a market which generates that demand for a pharmaceutical company to operate. Now, these stakeholders, we have two fundamental parties to the growth of pharmaceutical industry in any country. One is the National Drug Authority, the authority which controls the quality and efficacy of the products manufactured, and the compliance label of the manufacturing sites which makes them. And the second is various national ministries which allows the local pharmaceutical industry to grow when they don't have all the stakeholders available in sync within the country. There are various other stakeholders which are external to this diagram, which includes various funders, the global regulatory authorities, IP products, availability of dossiers. They all are equally important in order for the pharmaceutical industry to function and work. So that brings us to a question based on what we have gone so far in my presentation. Given the investment needs and timelines required to develop a new drug, where does Uganda's research and innovation contribute to developing pharmaceutical sector? And based on QCR's existence and the experience, they primarily have impacted and supported in two areas. Number one is technology transfer, and number two is production. We're going to touch a little bit more on these two areas. Okay, technology transfer is regarded as the most realistic and attractive option for growth of pharmaceutical industry in Uganda. Being the research and development part of drug is lengthy and very expensive, these are the ways which we can allow and flourish the pharmaceutical industry in the country. Technology transfer concerns many aspects of pharmaceutical innovation, like the transfer of knowledge, experience, technical tools, research, production, delivery of the product, use of medical products. So if all these areas have been underpinned by innovation over the years and thus support innovation in this particular sector. But there are some prerequisites for it: availability of highly skilled scientists and motivation behind technology transfer initiatives. And if you see in QCIL as an example, we have almost close to 100 scientists in various departments, which are graduates in chemistry and pharmacy, working for us and helping us to transfer the products into the country. In last 10 years of our existence, we have brought close to 15 products in the country and from our overseas partners. Second area is where the science and innovation has helped us so far is production. And as you know, productions for generic pharmaceuticals is expensive and the price of the product is low. So innovation in production allows us to make it better, create more capacities, supply chain, improve supply chain practices, production efficiencies, product testing, and quality assurance systems. Now, I'm going to use STI QCIL as an example of how does it look like if we focus on research and innovation and a local manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing industry. So QCIL was established in Uganda in 2005. STI QCIL is a university-listed pharmaceutical company, and we're providing quality, affordable medicines to patients, and we care for life. We are not mere manufacturers of medicines. What we make are memories. Memories that may not have been there to be remembered, had a life not been lived. We make people better and we save lives. A small snapshot of this company I have put here as a local manufacturer. We primarily focus on 3 therapeutic areas: HIV, malaria, and hepatitis B. We produce close to 1.2 billion tablets annually. The facility is approved in 19 countries. So there are 19 regulatory bodies of African continent which has approved this facility. The facility operates in strict adherence to GMP and regulatory standards, and it is approved by WHO. And recently we started to supply to many African countries. We currently export to 12 countries in African continent. So in 2010, the export revenue from pharmaceuticals was $4 million, which is now is close to $24 million. So with pharmaceutical and some statistics on pharmaceutical industry in Uganda, let's a little bit focus on what are some of the emerging trends in pharma and what are their implications are. And these are global, they're not just Ugandan African, but they're a global trend. And I strongly believe that as a country, we should start looking into global trends for solving the problems and building a future for Uganda as well. So trends, market trends, patients are becoming better informed. Digital, and one of our panelists spoke about the importance of digital and the importance of social media, which has made patients better informed. It's not difficult now to know what does a drug do. You Google it and get the information right in front of you. Patients are picking up a bigger share of the bill. Slowly, we also see that the bill of treatment is more and more shifting toward patients. Demand for personalized medicine is increasing. This has been significantly noted in the space of oncology. And there is a significant improvement where a lot of people are now asking for personalized medications. Patients want cure, not treatment. So nobody wants to subside the condition. They want it themselves to be treated. The emerging markets are becoming more important. And I think Africa is an emerging market, and it is slowly starting to become very important in the pharmaceutical landscape. Trends in health and healthcare areas, the burden and the bill of chronic diseases story. So there is now shift from acute disease to more chronic diseases. And all the diseases falling in the category of CVS are chronic: diabetes, hypertension, these all are now shifting. These are the new problem areas that the world is tackling other than the acute diseases in the past. Healthcare players are established treatment protocols. There is a strong drive of pay for performance is on the rise. The boundaries between different forms of care are blurring. So the differentiation is moving away now. And the financial constraints on the payers are increasing as well. In terms of scientific and technological trends, R&D is becoming more virtual. We're going to talk a little bit about the new trends in research and development, which is for a pharmaceutical drug molecule, there is now quantum computing. And in next year, 10 years, it will accelerate at a rapid pace. The research base is shifting to Asia, and there is a lot of research which is moving from Europe and America to Asia. But I think the time is also right to set up Center for Research and Development within the African continent. And I think this forum is at the start of this, so probably we'll see some research happening, which will contribute to pharmaceutical industry in Africa as well. Remote monitoring is improving rapidly. There is a lot more technological adoption in terms of devices which remotely monitor your blood pressure, your heartbeat, and all the vitals. Now, what are the implications of all these trends on the farmer? Farmer will be paid for outcome, not product. So the trend is moving away where the payment was on the product, but now the trend is more on what does it solve for. Outcome data will be drive healthcare policies. And a lot of policy decision in the new age is made on data. It's not on, philosophy does work, but I think philosophy is complementary data to make policy decisions. Prevention will gain a higher healthcare profile. Farmer will need to offer medicines plus package for care. Farmer will have to adopt more flexible pricing strategies. R&D will need to go beyond the lab. So farmer will need access to outcomes data. Farmer will have to work with technology vendors to virtualize R&D. Farmer will need a wide, more multidisciplinary skill base. Farmer will need to expand its presence in Asia. Farmer will need to demonstrate real value for money. And a lot of these implications and trends could be the boon and the starting point for the future research and development and innovation. The pharma health and value chain will become much more intertwined. Pharma will have to work more closely with the regulators. Pharma will have to collaborate with players and providers to perform continuous trials. And pharma will have to collaborate with numerous service providers to deliver package of care rather than just treatment. Now we're going to just cover some of emerging trends post-COVID. And I can say that being part of the industry, there is a significant acceleration of tech in pharma because of COVID. There was development going on, but I think COVID has accelerated that significantly. So recognizing asset and supply chain will create more resilience. There is a huge focus, and we have seen in the first COVID wave that the impact the continents faced because of supply chain and the issues on supply chain has made pharma to think that how they reorganize it. And then they work towards a very visible supply and very resilient supply chain. Companies are now focusing more on geographical diversifications. Now it's not anymore consolidated country-specific growth. They are also looking how we have a presence in Africa, in Asia, and in Europe and in America for the access, rather than because again it's a learning from COVID where the countries put restrictions and there was a restriction in movement of even pharmaceutical goods. Digital analytics tools and automation will be the engines that will accelerate agility and transparency. I think it very much works and already has been implemented a lot in manufacturing sector of pharmaceuticals. New speed in drug development with new technologies, mRNA and quantum computing, as we see that how does the whole thinking on developing a vaccine with mRNA has completely changed, and the speed and with which we can now research vaccines will see a very big change in the research of vaccines in the coming next 5 to 10 years. And obviously one more is telemedicine. There is a big adoption of telemedicine across the world in terms of pharmaceuticals. It's a survey on the right-hand side where the physicians, which was surveyed, are responding to saying how much they would like to use digital tech to get connected. And we see a greater number moving on the right side. So I think this slide talks a lot about the panelists who, and even the Honorable Minister when she mentioned that, we do a lot of research, but what we do with that research. So the researcher studies thermodynamics, the innovator develops the toaster. So the research should be used to develop products and solutions which impact the world. Research cannot be just sitting in the books and research documents with the universities. So I think it's important to understand this distinction, because innovation is continuous and innovation can be added on to what is already invented. And innovation is very much product focused and outcome driven. So coming out from all the data points, the information, what we got, what can we do more to benefit from research and innovation? And my view and my approach is not only, yes, funding, policies, all are important, but I think these 3 segments in our social structure, in our academia and universities and industry, they need to come together. Students, the researchers, the universities, and the industry. Like for students, the patient-centric approach to problem solving, and I'm specifically talking from a pharmaceutical point of view. Invest in interdisciplinary knowledge building, leverage technology, data science, etc. for research and development. Now, what the universities can do, build more connect between research student and industry. How we can bring data to industry where the research is happening, how we can bring visibility on the researchers, because industry understand know-how of how we can bring it to the market. Researchers understand the deep roots of the research, but who can marry them both? And I think universities can play that role very well. 8 multiple disciplinary and multi-departmental research and development. Research and development should not be focused on one side. Like you see, even today, pharmaceutical drug discovery, which was very, very chemistry, organic research based, now so much driven by technology, IT. So you have to marry interdisciplinary departments with R&Ds and the core research and the technology, because they are enablers to each other. Representation from industry on the boards of universities. I think that brings that visibility of what's happening in the research and how industry can take it and convert and further develop it into product which could be used. Create infrastructure for engaging emerging technologies in collaboration with industry. Now, what can industry do? Leverage academia for product development. I think Uganda has a wealth of research knowledge. I think it's time that we start putting it for academia, for product development, which can be used. Invest in academia through knowledge transfer of end-to-end product cycle development. And we're very proud to say that all of people, pharmacists, the chemists who go through stuff like QCIA and then join research or join different sectors within the innovation space, we are contributing to it. And I think we can keep on building that knowledge base. Invest in emerging technologies to provide access to academia. We have state-of-the-art labs in QCIA, which was invested with $50 million 2 years back. So there is a lot of information and knowledge. And even the pharmaceutical manufacturing, we have state-of-the-art manufacturing processes, which could be leveraged to train and develop. And I think as a QCIL, we have a lot of university students who comes to learn and understand the pharmaceutical industry. We do play a role into it. I think every time we speak of research and development, one question comes: intellectual property. A lot of us and the scientists who have researched and developed, they want a benefit out of it as much as the industry outside it, which has to supply to nurses, that if that benefit can be restricted, it can create a problem for the country. So the debate on intellectual property and its influence on access to pharmaceutical product is ongoing in developing countries. One side argues that the high price of innovator medicines poses a major barrier to poor countries to essential and life-saving medications. The other side feels that the protection and reinforcement to intellectual property is a necessary incentive for innovation and for return on investment mode to bring new products to market. So where is the balance? My view is that an innovative solution could be to have an alternative to loading or recovery cost of research and development from the product, but do not rely on benefit deriving from the intellectual property rights and exclusivity. So yes, the innovator has to be rewarded, but it's equally important, specifically in the space of pharmaceutical industry, that we create access of new innovative treatments. While generic production is possible for many essential medicines because they are off patent in most of the developing countries, this does not apply to new medications. The TRIPS agreement introduces minimum global standards for protecting intellectual properties, including patents. In 2001, Doha Declaration on TRIPS and Public Health affirms that the TRIPS agreement does not and should not prevent members from taking measures to protect public health. Measures including compulsory licensing and parallel importation has been given. Being Uganda falls under LMDC countries, it is exempted from TRIPS till 2033. So it just opens the scope of even manufacturing and producing patented drugs because of this exemption. Now, the last part, as a sector, we contribute to 3 areas of NDP 3, National Development Plan 3 with Vision 2040. Private sector development program, a manufacturers program, and innovation technology development and transfer program. Because we spread across these 3 areas as an industry in Uganda. With this, I submit. Thank you very much, and thank you for the patience to listen to me. And apologies for all the tech issues at the start and enrolling the slides. Sincere apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for a very insightful presentation. And I have been seeing on the chat the way people are very excited about your presentation. And I think it's a wake-up call to universities to strengthen their linkage with industry. Imagine if Jay was having a few lectures to offer in the School of Pharmacy, or even generally the School of Medicine, what kind of graduates would be generating? I think it would strongly impact on the graduates we are generating, and the university needs to think about it. And some of these players in the industry are ready to contribute, even at minimal or no pay, because they also have to give back to society. So in the similar spirit, I think that's how he has also given us these few hours to be with us, and we strongly appreciate your presentation and ideas. So I think I don't have to analyze what he has presented. You've seen for yourselves that our pharmaceutical industry is still in its infancy, and quality chemicals is actually like almost the only baby we have to talk about. Whether there could be other smaller ones, but it is a time for us to revolutionize this, and science, technology, and innovation will be at the center of this. But he has also ably talked about the heavy investment that is needed to develop new medicine, but also how science, technology, and innovation has made things much more simpler through mRNA, biologics, as new ways of generating medicine rather than going through the traditional format of chemical approaches or chemistry and molecular approach. So he has also come towards the end and talked about the R&D innovations of what the students and academia need to do very clearly on student-centeredness, internship, leveraging technology and big data, and also the university to make sure that on their board, on the university councils and governing bodies have representatives from industry. I was in India a few years ago, about a decade ago, and they have got it right. And that's why they are big players in our pharmaceutical industry today. They're able to know the drugs which are already of patent, as I said, and they generate generic medicine, and it's what is helping us in the developing world. So it is high time that Africa catches up, and Uganda should not be left behind. You've seen we have a very forward-thinking minister. So it is the role of the academia now to bridge this gap of bringing the industry on board, and then we move forward. So at this point, I would like to open questions for both presentations. And even if someone has a question for the minister also, though ministers normally are not asked questions, but I think the question can be asked and maybe it can be forwarded to her. But we should limit those questions to the minister and focus on Fred Muhumuza's presentation, which I had already highlighted what he presented, and now from Mr. J. So we shall. I'll go to the chat to the list of participants, and you raise your hand. I think there is opportunity to raise your hand, and I will name the people whose hands I'm going to pick in their order, about 5 of them. Then we respond to those questions. The person managing IT will follow that order in which I will mention the numbers. So those raising their hands, they should take note of their numbers. Also, I thank you for being enthusiastic and participating in this important conference. I thank you. So far I see Professor Riabul Gujo is number 1. I see Sadiq Kasim is number 2. We could begin from those ones as others also shape up their questions and raise their hands. So can you allow Professor to raise his question?
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but a comment on Dr. Muhumuza.
Yes, Professor.
The number of students in secondary schools, you find one stream, you may have 90 students, and in that school there are 4 streams. That puts up a number to 360, and you want a teacher to teach chemistry. And this teacher does not have laboratory assistants, laboratory technicians. Right from the beginning, it means science cannot be taught properly. And then the system is inefficient because it does not bring out the brightest out of that. You find out also that they do practicals only for UNEB. In fact, people do titration in chemistry because there is a number in UNEB. So with that kind of background, science, I will give you my speech is actually, my talk is on that issue. Right from the word go, the background is not good for STI development in the country. That was a comment.
Okay, Professor, let's listen to Sadiq. Then you point out whom the question is directed at. Sadiq, can you raise your question? Professor, can you mute?
Okay. Thank you, moderator. First of all, really, I want to thank Makerere University for timely organizing this National Police Forum on advancement of science, technology, and innovation. And also, I want to comment a little, not a question, on the minister's speech, which is very, very nice. Specifically, I want to comment on the categorization of how our researchers operate, and especially the slave mode. And I'm very happy the minister has been able to see this and highlight this. But I think my comment is that the slave mode has arisen due to really inadequate sustainable funding for research generally in the country for science, technology, and innovation in general. If really we're able to adopt the recommendation of what investment is supposed to be for promotion of science, technology, and innovation, I think we would be able to minimize the slave model. So I'm proud that the minister was able to identify this, and I think we would be able to push for the minimization of this slave model. Now, my second comment goes to Fred Muhumza's presentation. First of all, I thank Fred for identifying two things, especially the need to facilitate all the challenges in facilitation of R&D, which is a fact, and that the police should, any police should be able to address. But specifically, he made a statement of elevation of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation to higher level. But my comment is that in case of any other further processes of strengthening, there could be also some level of consultation to enable it. Sometimes restructuring any form of changes bring a lot of frustration and even kill any initiatives that have been initiated in a system. So my prayer is that we, the public, will participate in any further consultations toward strengthening. Because when you strengthen the ministry, you have strengthened the coordination of science, technology, and innovation, which also Fred Muhumza highlighted very well. Thank you. Those are my comments regarding this very session.
Thank you, Dr. Sadiq Kasim. Dr. Sadiq Kasim is the Deputy Director General of the National Agricultural Research Organization in charge of technology promotion, and has been working with the ministry very closely, even with the memorandum of understanding. So I understand your concerns, and I'm sure Fred will maybe make a comment about it, but possibly this is beyond his responsibility. He's an academic, and though he made a comment about strengthening, but it needs to be a consultative process, and as you can see, stakeholders are interested. So maybe the message will also possibly get to the minister in our report or in the report of this this conference. So I have another question. Luckily, it is one from Professor Buyinza, after which we can now listen to responses and possibly move towards closing the session. So can you enable Professor Buyinza, the Director of Research and Graduate Studies, to make his comment?
Yeah, sure. I'm already enabled, and thank you very much. I've listened to Dr. Muhumuza, and I find his presentation quite insightful. I raised some concern and a few reflections in the chat, but I can say them here. Clearly, we all know that the modern world would be unimaginable without science, technology, and innovation that has revolutionized all aspects of our socio-economic lifestyle. However, what disturbs me is that we always refer to this exponential ascent in technology, science, and technology-based economy in Asia, our neighbors. But then we talked about this in the 80s, 90s, 2000, and we seem not to be picking a lesson. What are these barriers? You've given us the 5 key challenges, but what are the barriers? Why aren't universities, for example, facilitating that faster drive into science, technology, and innovation, as the case has been in Asia? We just need to reflect on this. What are these barriers really? I've failed to understand. We have the brains, we have the human resource, technology is here, the digital world has globalized us, but then we are not moving that fast. What are these challenges? What are the barriers? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. About the barriers, and I think Dr. Muhumuza will respond to that. So at this time, at this point, let me give back the responsibility to the presenters to respond to the questions or even comments. And I will begin with Dr. Muhumuza. So can you enable Dr. Muhumuza to respond to issues that have been put to him? I hope he's listening. Yes. Dr. Muhumuza, are you with us?
I don't seem to see him, moderator.
Okay, if you don't see him, let Jay respond to his question. Are there any questions related to him directly? Maybe they were just general comments. Yeah, and I think there could be also questions in the chat. Unfortunately, I don't see the chat. So largely the questions which came were there was a comment on the slave model and also, of course, tied with the low government funding, which is a fact. Of course, we all know that that the funding to research in this country has been very low for a long time, but we also see there's increased interest by government to recognize this. And I think the Makerere University has been a beneficiary of the Research and Innovation Fund. I think those are early efforts to try and address this challenge. Even in Naro, where Dr. Sadiq comes from, have a competitive grant where the researchers from Naro access this fund, and then also they compete and do their research. But as the minister has said, that links to another model, which he also raised, which has something to do with the researching and publishing, and then, of course, without any business or commercialization interest. So the challenge now is on the researchers to have that aspect, but also the policy environment, we hope it is going to improve to be able to direct the researchers in the direction of commercialization of their innovations. So I think as Muhumu's are coming, I'm talking to give him time. Maybe he can come in and clarify. Is there any other question? As possible, wait for Fred to come. If you had raised the question in the chat and we have not read it, so you could also raise your hand and we pick the hand.
There is a hand. Anke Oishet has a hand raised up in the participants.
Yes,
please.
I've just seen it. This is my friend Anke from Mbara University of Science and Technology, very interested in traditional medicine and research. So you have the chance to give your question and comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is about the role of international scientists in science and technology development in Uganda. Thank you.
Anke, I didn't seem to get your question very well. Can you do it again? I think there was a network problem.
My question is, what is the role of international scientists in research and in development of Uganda?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important question. International scientists, I think Muhumuza would have helped us to address that question. I would like to transfer that question to Professor Lugujo if he's in, or any other professor, especially even Professor Winza can help us with that question. It's in educationalization, but also it also has something.
I'm directing the question to our minister, Monica Musenaro.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's not in. She has lost a brother and she had to leave. So I think the academia can guide policy, because this is a meeting for generating policy and policy guidance. So they could advise, and the response or the advice could come in our report on how to engage international players and also Ugandan scientists in the diaspora to participate in the development of the country. So that's why I was identifying Professor Buyinza, who is in charge of graduate studies, to comment on your question. So can we first allow Professor to comment on that directly, then we shall go to Thomas Wanyama.
Thank you very much. My quick response would be that, of course, globalization has brought us together. We need to work in a collaborative manner. If we are living in a resource constrained environment like ours, you can only flourish if you collaborate with peers. We need the international researchers, of course, to collaborate with us and pull resources together, both physical and human. We can really share into their databases and expertise. I can't imagine really an African university living without international collaboration. Simply, you will not make advances because experience has shown us that with our low endowment basis, in terms of capacity, competency, we cannot really solve the multifaceted challenges. Okay, we may dream about really advanced science, technology, and innovation, but we need really to share and also benchmark some of these institutions that have already done it. I know for sure that institutions like Makerere, we are not the best, but we have built capacity especially the human resource capacity and even the physical research infrastructure. But it's not good enough. Therefore, it is only important that we still engage our peers and partners at an international level. And it has worked for us at Makerere. You see the colleges that are really the flagship colleges of Makerere. They are doing so, they have reached that level simply because of their collaboration and long-term partnerships. College of Very Sciences, for example, in terms of the funding base, they are far doing well simply because of that consortia arrangement and approach they have taken with their international partners. Therefore, they have a role in terms of sharing expertise, in terms of sharing the infrastructure, and also the vision, okay, the vision, because really we believe that you need to have really a progressive vision if you are to solve the challenges we are facing today. We've seen it at Makerere that those colleges and departments that have not really embraced the internationalization drive, they still really work around local challenges with minimal and often insignificant breakthroughs. Therefore, that would be my view, that we need to strengthen the partnerships, we need to strengthen the collaborations with the international institutions and researchers.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And I think as we reorganize the ministry, as we rearrange the ministry in its current placement, we all know that this is an area where the president has very keen interest, and that's why he's also making these changes for it to be more effective. And as role players, we are going to continue shaping policy towards the direction of tapping into international players. I think there is a need for government policy in this direction, and we need to work on it. And of course, it should be also consultative so the universities can make their input into how this can effectively be done. Because with the current challenges of COVID and the situation and the education going online, I'm sure our scientists who are in the diaspora can also contribute to educating our people here and also contributing in the infrastructure development, and also solving maybe the issue which Professor talked about, the issue of many students, few teachers, few technicians, and also laboratory equipments. Maybe people in our scientists in the diaspora can contribute solving some of these challenges. So there was a question from Wanyama. I think we should also allow him to raise his question as we move towards winding up this session. Is he there? Wanyama Thomas James. Can he be enabled to unmute and raise his question? He's still muted. Can we unmute him?
Can I ask the question?
Yes, you are on now. No, he's muted again.
Can I ask the
You are now, yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. Paul talked about one of the post-COVID emerging opportunities. Then he talked about the telemedicine. So I wanted to know post-COVID opportunity.
Are you done with your question?
Yes, I'm done, sir.
So Mr. Paul is asking about the opportunities in telemedicine and how I think he needs some elaboration on what opportunities are there and how applicable it is in our current circumstances as Uganda. Mr. Paul? Jay?
Sure. Thank you for the question. See, a lot of industry players, even in Uganda, has adopted to it. So there is 3 parts to telemedicine, right? One is the doctor-patient interactions and the doctor and the representative interaction, which is related to how the pharmaceutical companies enable themselves in terms of representation to the doctor. So if you understand the industry, whenever a new molecules come or new product you bring, you go to doctor, make them aware about what are the benefits of it, how does it work, and then the doctor makes an informed choice which one to prescribe. And that all is right now physical, right? So the person goes one-on-one, meets the doctor, take an appointment and does this all. So a lot of shift, if you see globally, is happening with that space where the doctor can interact online without going there, and the representative can interact online without meeting physically. So that's one part. And similar is extended to patient as well. So nowadays, a lot of patient consulting, and specifically for normal problems, can be done online. And all of these things are not already adopted in some part of the world. So that's one bit on telemedicine. Second is in making the pharmaceutical product available. So I think in this space, there are a few companies who in Uganda are already operating, where you make a call and then the medicine is delivered to your home. What can change over a period of time, that how a prescribed medicine, right? So prescription medicines which are very much controlled in terms of a prescription. You cannot go and buy it off the shelf. It has to come in the form of prescription written by an authorized practitioner, which is, in case of Uganda, is a doctor. So those interactions can be automated, where the doctor can automatically send the prescription to a nearby pharmacy, and then the person get the delivery from pharmacy to his home, all done virtually, except the delivery part. Once the pharmacy receives it and they have your phone number, they call you and then come and deliver at your doorstep. So that's the second part of how this interaction of telemedicine is changing. I think the third part is more of where off-the-shelf drugs, which are not prescription bound, and specifically take example in COVID, was all the zinc, the supplements, and the vitamins which you wanted to buy, paracetamol, which is very open and required. So that all, you can just call to the online pharmacy, you can go on to the online pharmacy, and then you can get that delivered to you as well, without you going to the pharmacy, without you risking the exposure as an individual to these places. If I just add one more point to it, in some of the areas, we have seen that where the accessibility of smart devices is still not there, which is the preamble of how the online consulting works. There isn't provisions for call, which are very specific to a registered practitioner, where you can call and talk to him. And it's very much used, if I don't know, in case of counselings, which are very confidential. And there is a call room where you call and then they connect you to the right practitioner, which is, because the patient-doctor relationship is confidential in counseling, but it is managed through tele system. It's very much what now the industry, the pharmaceutical industry, also adopting to supply and treat, which was there in the form of counseling.
Yeah, thank you for
Mr. Moderator, just as you conclude this session, I want to put two things that have come in the chat. One main one, which can go through all the sessions. One person commented that our challenge as Ugandans and Africans in general is not conducting research, but how to transform the research we do into products. Most of the research we do remains in the libraries and online journals. If we could only transform our research outputs into products, probably through collaborating with the industry, like Mr. J mentioned, we shall be ready to kick off. Another person said the problem is low funding and lack of prioritization by government to practical university education, and also support innovation of the young scientists. How do we go about it? He's partly right, but perhaps we can discuss that one later, but not now because of our time. I thought I should mention these few ones from the charts. as we transition to the next session. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Tugume. And with that feedback, I think we come to the end of this session. But I would like you to guide the issue of the questions. I think we are supposed to post questions which people can respond to. So I send it back to you to guide on that. Then we close the session.
So questions, members, because of the limited time, we cannot be able to have an audio question for each and every one of you, much as we do much appreciate. So we request as many questions as possible in the chat, and the moderators or the presenters will be able to respond to them because of the limited time. So otherwise, we really very much appreciate you. We cannot be able to have sufficient time for all the responses and the questions back and forth because of time. So post as many questions as possible. We shall be able to capture them in the chat.
Yeah, I think with that, we come to the end of this session. I'd like to thank everyone. I would like to thank our presenters. And we shall be resuming according to we have overshot a little bit our time by about 15, 20 minutes. So we should be able to resume at around after a break of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So now it is
Mr. Moderator,
yes.
Some correction. Sorry, some correction.
Yes.
The break wouldn't be at this particular time. Apologies for that.
Okay.
Instead, actually, what would be coming on board would be Professor Johnny Mujisha to invite a presentation on agro-industrialization. Because of the time, the break would actually be coming much later. I'm sorry for that mix-up. So kindly let Professor Johnny Mujisha come on board and introduce the presenter for the next session.
Thank you for correction, Professor. Thank you very much. And let's move forward. Thank you. Is Johnny in? I'd like to hear from him.
He is.
Okay. Professor, are we okay? Time is moving.
I'm sorry, my network disappointed me. I hope you are now hearing me.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you. Take charge, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry about that. So I was introducing our presenter, Dr. Asman Grover, a seasoned macroeconomist with vast experience in development economics and fully in the field of addressing national, regional, and global development issues. He holds a PhD and a Master of Arts in Economics from the University of Dar es Salaam, and he also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Makerere University. Dr. Grover currently works with Uganda National Planning Authority as the Director of Development Planning. And before that, He was the Director of Research and Development Performance, still at National Planning Authority. And before that, he worked with the World Bank at Uganda and Zambia country offices. And before that, he worked at Parliament of Uganda. Dr. Grover is a scholar with over 25 publications in reputable journals. He actually also teaches for us at Makerere University. He teaches our classes of macroeconomics in the College of Business and Management Sciences. I also want to mention that in his position, Dr. Grover is one of the architects of the NDP3, which puts agro-industrialization at the forefront of transforming Uganda's peasantry economy to a middle-income country. And therefore, the topic he's presenting today fits very well in his line of action, which is linking scientific evidence to policy making in Uganda's agro-based transformation agenda. Dr. Grover, allow me now to hand you over the microphone and you make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'm happy to be here. And for me, coming to talk to fellow researchers and academicians, I feel at home. And when this was, I was invited to stand in for my boss at the PSST, I couldn't feel more happy because I'll be sharing a few remarks and insights with the colleagues and more importantly with the people whom I feel more at home than any other. Allow me to share my screen so that as I talk to the presentation, I'm going to make a few slides in line with what I was requested to do. Now, in my presentation, as I've already been introduced, warmly introduced by a professor, I'm in charge of development planning. I'm the architect of the National Development Plan 3. Not only that, I also participated in drafting the existing manifesto. Because of my position here, I was co-opted to support the existing manifesto. Why am I talking to this? Because the issue of science, technology, and innovation are very key in these plans. Now, my presentation today was mainly the best. I was told to link it to agro-industrialization transformation agenda, but as I'll be showing you, I would do, if I had another way to change it, I would have started from telling you what we are talking about in the plan, particularly in light with this conference, that is science, technology, and innovation. But briefly, as I present this, my presentation that you see on top of the screen, I'll start from providing the context setting to just give us, I was given a few questions to respond to, but I want to give a context setting. And naturally, as Director Development Planning, I'll give this context from NDP3 to give you a peak view of what is in this NDP3 and how it ties to agro-industrialization, but more in particular, how it ties to this entire conference in terms of science, technology, and innovation. Then two, I'll go briefly to the agro-industrialization agenda itself. Then I'll also talk to value addition because this ties down to the agro-industrialization agenda. Then, as you see, I'll tell you briefly why, for me, agro-industrialization value addition approaches have failed. Then I'll be telling you how we can sort out this particular programmatic approach. And as an insight, I'll briefly tell you why we went to parish development model. This is not a political gimmick. It is all starts from the planning angle. Now, as a way of introduction, you know, in NDP 3, NDP 3 is a third plan in a series of plans that aim to visualize this country to a better transformed Uganda. And it builds on NDP 1 and NDP, but slightly different from these plans. How? Because NDP 3, if you compare to these other different plans, it is targeting to reach the household more than the other plans. The difference here is that if you look at NDP 2, we were more targeting at middle income. And NDP 3, it's not just about middle income, because middle income is, as a notion, it's a macro issue. It's averages. If everybody is well, if people are well off and you make an average, you assume everybody is well off. We decided now to go a little bit more nuanced to look at individual incomes and how does STI come into this. I'll be coming to that. Secondly, in terms of the difference, the departure in this plan is we try to balance the whole development spectrum. And what do I mean here is that, and here I want you to see it from the science angle, is that if you try to see the current growth in Uganda, the current growth in Uganda is along this line from Malaba all the way to Katuna border in Rwanda. So you see these dots around here. This is where this growth is. And indeed, innovations, industries, the right value chains are along this corridor. We believe this is not the way to go. The way to go is to balance this region. And in NDP 3, what we have attempted to do is to balance this whole conversation and try to unpack the entire country to make sure that this growth is balanced and it goes from all the way in a triangle, from again Malaba all the way to Arua, with a loop to Karamoja, and then beyond that it comes down from Buru downwards to again Katuna. Now everything we are doing in NDP is trying to unpack and leverage this to make sure we diversify the growth that we are looking at. That said, the other departure which I'll be talking to is the parish development model as a vehicle to deliver NDP 3. But before even I talk that detail, I'll discuss it later. When you look at the goal of the plan of household incomes, if you want to go micro level, you needed to look at a model that's not only is staying in Kampala with the ministries in Kampala. You needed the government to be felt at that low level at the parish. That's why we are moving parish development model. But lastly, the other departure, which is a key and which ties down to again the earlier presentation by my colleague Fred Muhomoza, and to the answer that I'll be talking to later, why we are failing in terms of value addition, is we realized government was not connecting dots. We are delivering in a silo approach. And therefore, we are trying to push for a programmatic approach where you need all players who are delivering something to be talking to each other. And here in a programmatic approach, what we are saying here is that we are trying to enhance, increase first governance, we enhance, have better leakage of resources to results, increase sequencing of programs, enhance synergies, and increase coordination. And here, if I tie it to this forum, in terms of research, we realize even in agro-industrialization, as I'll be telling you, is that agriculture is not fully linked to the research that NARO is doing. And because of that, commercialization of research is not happening. This is not linked to the market. You produce extra, and the market requires a different quality. the post-harvest handling is not well linked. So we are saying all these players should come in one room and deliver the approach that we are looking for in a programmatic way. And that is one of the departures. Now that said, what's NDP3? In a summary, this whole chart is just talking about the entire NDP3, as I've already talked to. One, the goal of NDP3 is increase household incomes and improved quality of life. Somebody will ask me, why are you spending time talking to NDP3? Because everything we are going to do as a country in terms of research angle should be tied to this NDP3. In terms of innovations that we are doing is to unpack what we are talking about in this NDP3. And what are we aiming to do using this? The theme, we aim to arrive at this basically to using sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. A person will ask me why industrialization now, but as I say that we are trying to build from NDP1 and NDP2. What NDP1 and NDP2 did is they were able to lay the foundation for us to start talking about industrialization. What is this foundation? One, in energy, now you have excess electricity. Now you need industries to be able to utilize that electricity. In the past, you couldn't talk about industrialization without electricity. Two, you have at least modest infrastructure that can connect us to the markets. Three, we have built a bit of skills that are required for us to be able to talk about industrialization. Now that this foundation has been laid, we think now is the time for us to have that conversation to industrialization. And we propose 5 objectives. I'll talk maybe to 2. You saw the objectives in there, but they tie very well to this forum, and we need to think through them. One, the first objective is enhanced value addition in key growth opportunities, and this ties down to several strategies. 5 strategies: one of agro-industry, the other is manufacturing, the other in mineral-based industrialization, and then you have tourism and export-oriented growth. But you notice how research and innovation is the key around all this in order to achieve that objective. And we have 5 programs that feed into that aim to realize that objective. The key out of this that I'll be talking to more is agro-industrialization. So we then detail all other objectives, but one common trend through this is that these objectives are reinforcing each other. One is not that each objective is mutually exclusive, they are reinforcing each other. Now, in the 4th objective, you have also different programs, and they will have detailed the programmatic approach. We have 18 programs, although they could come to 20. That I'll talk to it a little bit more. But what I wanted to say here, under the 4th objective, we have the home of this forum, the science, innovation, and technology transfer. When I looked at the program, I thought that if we had more room, maybe more time, would go in detail what this program of science, innovation, and technology aims to do, because it aims to enhance the role of science and innovation in the development agenda of Uganda. But since I wasn't given that topic, I'll go exactly to what I was told to talk to. And here is agro-industrialization. Now, why did we talk agro-industrialization and not agriculture as we have been looking at in terms of agriculture sector, and now we are linking it to agro-industrialization? For us, for each program that we have, we try to address at least one important issue. And in this program, the main important issue that we aim to address is to unpack our people from dependency on subsistence agriculture to make sure that they get more productivity. And why was this happening? Why is it happening now? We did, and this based on evidence, we did a research-based, evidence-based planning where we try to unpack why our people in this dependent on subsistence agriculture. There are mainly five things, six. One is raw agriculture, production and productivity. The question here, what is the role of research here? If you unpack this a little bit further, you'll find that 65% of agriculturists are small-scale farmers. They own about, on average, about 1.3 acres of land. Just less than 20% use improved seedlings. Okay? Just 9% use fertilizers. What is the role of research in this? The issue of improved seedlings, and this is where we need to unpack research along the entire value chain. It's not that NALO is not doing enough work for our researchers, but we are not commercializing the research that we are producing. How do we replicate what is happening in the laboratory, in the fields that are being used for testing to the farmers so that we get more yield? That's the key challenge that I want to pose to you in this conference. Second, poor storage infrastructure. Then you find that as we produce, close to 40% of what we produce in agriculture is lost because of poor post-harvest handling. How do we sort out this in terms of research? What can we do to innovatively make sure we change this narrative? Three, this subsistence agriculture is suffering because of poor market access and lack of competitiveness of our products. A good example is recently we produce a lot of maize. Then when we exported it to Kenya, it was sent back because of aflatoxins. This is an area which research can totally sort out in terms of how we replicate this in terms of the way we handle at post-harvest handling. The fourth issue that is making our people stay dependent on subsistence, and little from what they are getting, is limited access to requisite financial services. And this ties down with the if you want to buy the right seedlings, you want to have fertilizer, and you don't have the resources to what? How can we sort out this? Are there innovative ways where we can make sure research, financial products, innovation products reach our people, market insurance, market information? How can we change that narrative? Lastly, inadequate knowledge and skills. Because of that, okay, the last one is on the poor coordination and inefficient institutions to unpack this whole entire value chain. The main trend in this strain in this is mainly because you have to look at agriculture not as agriculture in itself, but you need to connect the dots, and this requires us looking at the entire value chain from research, to production, to processing, all the way to the final market. If we address this whole entire value chain, the gains to our farmers will be enhanced. And because of that, the goal of this program therefore went to ensuring that we increase commercialization and competitiveness of agriculture. And here, research and innovation is a game changer along the entire value chain. And here, because we are going micro, and this the parish model will come in later, and that's why we are proposing the parish model, is the approach was mainly the area-based commodity planning and market-focused value chain development. What do I mean here is that there's heterogeneity in areas. One area is not the same as the other area. So you need to unpack using evidence to say in this area, the production in this area is this, and then you unpack at the entire value chain in that area to be able to deliver the agricultural transformation that we aspire as a country. Now, the program has mainly 5 objectives, just each objective trying to address a value chain, starting with increasing agriculture productivity, then followed by improving post-service handling and storage, and then increasing market access. Then fourth, increasing mobilization and access for agricultural finance. Then lastly, strengthening the institutional capacities. If you realize, colleagues, is that this is trying to address the entire value chain. And we are saying if we are to reach the agro-industrialization we aspire, you shouldn't look at it as one item, it's the entire value chain. We need to connect the dots. And because of that, then the benchmarks basically is these program results, and starting from exports, where we are aiming to at exports, in terms of how we are adding value on the imports, in terms of productivity in agriculture sector, and in terms of the rightful jobs that are created in this sector. As I try to rush through, now let me turn more deeply to agro-value addition. And this ties down not only to the program of agriculture, the agro-industrialization, but even the objective of NDP 3, the first objective, but tying more closely to the goal of the plan. The plan is to ensure that every Ugandan, by the end of the plan, is slightly well off in terms of household incomes. Now, when you look at our value addition, and this ties down from the presentation from the one that preceded this from quality chemicals, our value addition is mainly at its infancy. How can we push it to the next level? And some of the industries that we are seeing food processing in its infancy and sorority. How do we use research to make sure we make it grow? Then there's food drying in Kayunga. I'm giving a few examples. You have grain milling by several grain millers. The latest one is Mandera and Maganjo that are trying to build. You also have fish processing where we have a big niche. But the strength that will go into all these examples, and which I'm trying to implore to you in this forum, is how can we use research and science and innovation to make sure we become more competitive, make our infant value addition to grow to the next level. We have soft fruit processing in several areas, and meat production, quality cuts, you have fresh cuts. How do we use research to make sure we move? Here is another very good example where milk production and processing. Now you notice that we have been using research to expand along the value chain. Recently now, using the president's approach, we have been able to innovate and we are setting up a factory that is able to get casein out of our milk. And this is the highest end of the value chain of milk products, where you innovatively get the more higher value commodities from the value chains. So in this value, research plays a key role to make sure that as a country, from the potential that we have, we're able to get the highest value from our products. And here, research and innovation plays a key role. And this year, the universities play a key role as they have to set up a partnership between industries, because industries must stay competitive. Industries want to go to the next level. They want to expand. But research and innovation has a role. And in here, there is almost a marriage that should happen automatically between research and our value chains to make sure we make them competitive, we make sure we earn more as a country from this. So milk production has been one area. Now, briefly, why have we failed in this value addition? Just the one strain that comes into these reasons mainly what I talked to earlier, the failure to use a programmatic approach. We don't connect dots. We do not coordinate. When somebody is working on something, he doesn't look at the entire big picture. He doesn't look at how these things are related. And what we are talking from a planning angle is we need to connect the dots, particularly under industrialization. You need to start looking at it from the entire value chain and seeing how research should contribute to making sure that this value chain is more beneficial for everybody involved. What are we proposing basically? For me, it's just one word: use the programmatic approach to overcoming the failures in the value chains. Here, we need to involve the private sector better, increase the innovative ways of increasing the raw cost, increasing the agricultural financing by reducing the cost and making sure it is affordable. Training and skilling along the value chain is important. And here research and academics is the key. All the way from markets, post-harvest handling and certification and commercializing, researching to get the right variety of products that will be our farmers are using, but also commercializing this. We shouldn't be working in our cocoons. We need all of us to be sitting on the same table. And that implies that even when you look at financing, because we went to programmatic approach, one key area of programmatic approach is that you don't look at inputs and outputs. You look at the result, meaning that if you are budgeting for transformation, you look at the result that we are going to achieve from this transformation. And if the result is therefore to increase maize exports, maybe manufactured maize products coming from maize, it would mean you go the entire value chain. And if it means it's the research that is failing us to achieve, you finance it so that you connect the dots from that angle. So this, I'm attempting to say this, it will sort out the issue of financing, where we are financing some sections and not other sections because we haven't been looking at it from the entire value chain. And if you notice that it's financing that is failing the value chain, research financing that's failing the value chain, then you address it to make sure that you realize the result that is the program should be addressing. So the other issues that we must sort out are issues related to forming strong organized value chain informed farmer groups. And here you can tie it around the way we have in milk cooperatives. And then you support the research angle to this. You tie these groups together, provide them with the right requisite equipment along with the entire value chain to realize the value chain products. Then also ensuring productivity is key because you notice you put up a meat factory and only to realize that the meat products that are required in this meat factory are not enough. So here we need to connect these dots to make sure we are consistent in our planning and delivering the issues right from the market all the way to research and productivity. Now, briefly, let me talk to the parish model. Why did we go parish model? Why did we go parish model? And in the context that I've so far put out is one, as the plan NDP 3, it departed from other NDPs by trying to make sure that we do not go middle income approach as a country, but try to target household incomes and improve household welfare. This meant sitting in Kampala and planning for people in the villages who don't see you and budgeting for them and implementing on their behalf needed to stop. So we needed a model that is able to go to the grassroots, to empower the grassroots, to plan and to make sure that accountability for service delivery is at that lower level. If we stay at the higher level, we'll never achieve the goal of the plan. So it ensures participation of all actors, both state and non-state actors. as your researchers, as we go area-based planning, this parish from the other parish, these problems, this parish and the other parish, how do we innovatively try to unpack them, understand our own localities, using innovation to make sure we bring what? Then participatory democratic control, decision-making. How do we make sure that the people in the parish come together and decide where they want to go in light of what they know is happening? We assume that these people don't know what is happening. Then the other thing is that this parish development model is an integrated transformative development delivery mechanism, thus, and encompasses 7 pillars. And the starting pillar is on that production, validation, and marketing. And you see how research is key in this whole pillar, is how do we ensure that our productivity increases from the context that I've laid down, from the line that I've told you. Then how does government, having understood this production pillar, how does government provide the social services to make sure the gaps are bridged to realize the production and validation of our people? How is the infrastructure at that lower level delivered in terms of government systems doing the community roads in the parish? Then community mobilization. Here, community mobilization is not only for the communities, but is including the service delivery people, we government, including we academicians and researchers. How do we change our mindset to make sure we are delivering the research that our people aspire to? So here it means that we need to go micro level, talk to homesteads, talk to the people who are the politicians who are delivering this, to make sure they change their mindset to be able to make our people aspire and achieve what we are looking for. But for me, for all this to happen, you need a good data system. The information, the community information systems are key, because to understand the heterogeneities, the differences between one society and the other society, the differences between one homestead and the other homestead, you need the right data so that information and research is based on right decision, is based on the right data to inform right decision making and policy making. Then last but not least, if you did all this together and you realize that you have organized your farmers, you have organized your people around the right niche, and if the problem is financial, the way I unpack the value chain of agro-industrialization, then you need to have a mechanism that is able to give affordable credit to those farmers and people. Lastly is the issue of governance, how we deliver governance at that lower level. Now, the question that somebody may ask me, was this parish model evidence-based? Was it informed by research? Now, what I'll tell you is that as we are trying to do NDP 3, we try to learn from lessons. We try to learn from lessons, and therefore this NDP 3 is basically trying to consolidate the gains that were done in NDP 1 and NDP 2, but more importantly, to learn from the evidence and the lessons from what we have done in the past. One of key lessons, and tied down to the goal of NDP 3, is one, government was mainly at the center. When you target middle income, you miss out on the community citizen. Normally, the person they call Mutua Wansi, you miss out on that. Two, the government services. It's like Ministry of Agriculture delivering everything from Entebbe, yet the recipients are in the villages. So you needed and making decisions for them. So the evidence was telling us now was the time, if we are to realize results, we needed a micro level approach to deliver services. That's why we went to programmatic approach. The diagnostics that we did at that time, all of them were pushing, if we are to achieve results, if we are to learn from our failures, a micro approach that is delivered by a parish model was the way to go. But again, as I said, the parish model is not new. It was there. It was there historically. It's in the law in terms of decentralization, but we never operationalize it. Historically, you do not at any one time the level of food in the country, because this information system was coming all the way from homesteads, from the parish chief, and you do know the levels of granaries, the level of granaries, whether they are halfway or a quarter way, and those signals would inform decision making. We are saying, let us go back to the basics. If you don't go back to the basics as a development world, we are not going to achieve as a government, and we are not going to transform our people. And as such, the parish model takes us to those basics to be able to transform the way we want to go. Thank you very much. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Grover, for articulating what has gone wrong and what the way forward is, as far as linking scientific evidence to policy making as we transform our country, Uganda, to an agro-based country that addresses the needs of the citizens. Colleagues, let me not say much, but I think the presenter has articulated where we are going wrong. He has presented what is in the pipeline in the form of a programmatic approach that includes linking up all the key sectors, increasing governance, increasing the sequencing of the programs, enhancing synergies in the various sectors, and so forth and so forth. And he also ably articulated what the parish development model has for us, what makes it superior to the previous approaches that the country has been using, and also giving us more light on how it was brought to board, having some scientific evidence that it is the approach that we need now to deploy in the current economic situation. So, colleagues, let's have a few questions or comments to the presenter. You can show up your hand. I will expect very short questions such that we'll catch up with time before we go for a break. I see a hand by Professor Daudi Kabasa, is our principal of COVABS. Professor Kabasa. Professor Kabasa, I wish I had the way of unmuting you and then you. And I don't see any other hand, but in the chat,
Moderator,
I saw
let Professor Kawasa unmute. He has been unmuted. Let him unmute. Let him unmute.
Professor Kawasa, please unmute. Okay, Professor Buyenza, as Professor Kawasa unmutes. Professor Buyenza, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I've raised some of my concerns in the chat, but I wish to engage with the Dr. Grover directly. I'll say that I really don't see much fundamental difference between these development models that government has come up with in the last 2 decades. In fact, I would dare say that we better strengthen, we revert and strengthen the plan for modernization of agriculture. Why do I say so? Because my understanding is that whereas the parish development model, the emphasis is at the level when government, where government is delivering the support and delivery. We find the PMA was a bit more comprehensive, especially when you view it from the 7 pillars, all the way from agriculture education, rural finance, resource management, physical infrastructure networks, you know, and advisory services. That was comprehensive. I was really overjoyed to hear you emphasize the issue of the value addition chain, whereby if that is your area of focus, then PMA was more targeted towards that than the one which is more of a decentralized administrative model that you have come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wienza. Dr. Sadiq Kasim. Dr. Kasim, unmute.
Yes, thank you, Professor. And first of all, I want to thank Dr. Asman Glover for comprehensively presenting about the partly NTP3 and the special agro-industrialization. I'm building my comment close to what my professor has already commented on, but more on the strength of the Paris model. To me, the strength of the Paris model is all about now taking services more closer to the people, because in the plan for modernization of agriculture, we are more up to the Paris, up to the sub-county level, stronger. But the plan, this currently, I see the strength of the Paris model is more going more to the grassroots. But my challenge with the Dr. Asman, maybe what I can say is we can only make a difference and achieve. Because in the plan for modernization of agriculture, all the other pillars were left behind. Nuts moved a lot without the other pillars, and a lot of blame came on nuts, because the other pillars did not move. Now, the Paris model has come timely. I like it so much, but I already see the focus is more of strengthening the management component of it, moving faster to recruiting Paris chiefs. But the biggest challenge we have in the country is how do we reduce the farmer extension ratio? How do we reduce that? So me, I feel that I have a hope in the parish model. If we can roll out and say we have maybe a diploma holder in every parish in agriculture, providing extension services and advisory services, or at least a diploma holder in 2 parishes, so that we lower the gap maybe from 1 extension worker to over 1,000 something to maybe around the required, about 1 extension worker to 500 farmers, households. And if we achieve this, then the Paris model would carry more meaning. So mine is looking more in the implementation side, if we can fast track.
Thank you, Dr. Kasim. Professor Kawasa's hand is still up. I don't know whether she's able to unmute now or if there is any other comment. I don't see any other hand.
Moderator, there are more hands. There is Lydia Chotalimie, there is Isaac Kongu, and still David Kabasa, his hand is up. He has to unmute because they have asked him to.
Okay, I don't.
While others are coming, there is a question in the chat: who is in charge of ensuring farmers to get quality seeds and agrochemicals? Those are questions. Moderator, some people are unmuted, and Lydia is unmuted. Isaac is unmuted. Moderator, you are muted yourself in the process. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I don't see the hands, but if you can see them, kindly help me and invite them to give their comments or questions.
Lydia was.
My screen only shows me Professor Kawasa.
Lydia Chotalimye's hand was up. Isaac Ongu's hand was up.
Yes, I've seen them up. Lydia Chotalimye, please. Okay, first Isaac Ongu, whose hand is who's unmuted already.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to comment on the parish model to note that NADS actually went close to their parishes because there are even committees at the sub-county levels that were managing groups. And with the increase in the number of districts, most parishes actually became sub-county. So when you're talking of a parish, you may be talking about a very small unit. NADS did a lot of increasing production. You could look at the banana production in Western Uganda. So it's more of the issue of market and the challenges of small holdership in the area of land. That one will always be there. So how will the parish model ensure a farmer gets more income from a small piece of land if you are not heading towards maybe reviving cooperative societies that brought these farmers together to produce one common product, like it is in Western Uganda in milk production and say the banana growing, because putting like 100 million in a parish per year may not actually make you realize the dream that you are pushing, because even NADS, you backtracked on NADS and went back to distributing seeds. The Ministry of Agriculture has been reduced to only regulations, and NADS has actually been, which mutated into Operation Wealth Creation, has been taking inputs without extension service, which has been weakened over this period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Lydia Chotalimye. Professor Makara.
Thank you, moderator. Mine was actually value addition. And the previous speaker seems to have touched it, so I was almost giving up. But I think there is going to be over fragmentation and over scattering of resources. And this little money distributed, the district may not be able to support value addition that can increase the value of the products generated by the farmers in the different villages. So I think the focus should go on value addition, whatever products, and also, as the previous speaker has said, corporatization, the cooperatives for value addition.
Because if I know it and others don't know it.
Or small-scale industries for value addition should be the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Mr. Oloka, you had a hand up. Maybe your concern has been addressed or asked by somebody else. Otherwise, I'm about to request Dr. Gurova to respond. And as he responds, really, we need to articulate what has gone wrong and what is likely to go wrong with the parish model and with the actually NDP 3. We shall find ourselves moving from 1 to 2 to 3 to NDP 4 and 5 as time goes, when actually we are realizing nothing that benefits Ugandans. Similarly, the way we had PMA, a very good document, researchers, academicians were finding it a very good document to read, and even at site. Like we have been citing NDP 2, NDP 3, and it ends up in our documentation citations. So where is the problem really that we need to unpack in order to make sure that there is economic development? Not just these theoretical presentations, very good documents. When SMS are closing business, when this parish model may not target the actual problem of those who need it, and we go on and on and on. So, Dr. Grover, you can quickly summarize the comments and questions, and then I invite all of us to a break.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm happy to be here. But as I summarize the questions, I think I can group the questions into three. Definitely the hardest is the last one that you have just, moderator, you have just posed. I'll talk to that last because it is something that is on my heart that we need to sort out. But one thing, one of the questions, I'll start with the simpler one. Who is in charge of farmers getting quality seeds? This was it was raised on the chart. It is the regulation. Who is in charge is government. Government is in charge of the farmer getting quality seeds. This we can't absorb ourselves from government, because the farmer gets quality seeds in two, three ways. The first is using the seedling that remained from the last harvest. The second is government providing that seedling in terms of a subsidy. The third is mainly from the farmer himself purchasing. Now, in all these three ways, government regulatory mechanism must ensure that the seedling on the market is the right seedling. And this is an area where we have not done a good job. The issue of certifying and this happens also in pharmaceutical fake products. You know, it pains you if you have ever been a farmer. For you to buy maize, you will not realize the maize is fake until when the planting season is about to end. It's 3-4 weeks later, you realize actually the maize did not turn up, or it grew, but it wasn't the right variety you are looking for. So meaning that issue of ensuring quality seedlings is a public good that governments must offer, to make sure it's a policing issue to deal with the counterfeits. It's an issue also which deals with you researchers, because it is something, a chart on research. You do something and people duplicate what you have done and start selling the counterfeits. It is discouraging, but even a farmer, it is even worse. So as government, that's an area in terms of what that is a priority. We need to ensure the certification of seedlings is the right seedlings we look at. So it's a government role. Two, if I combine, the second point was, for me, I put it as a misconception around the parish model. The parish model is not PMA. Neither is the parish model around the handouts in terms of money. The parish model, the same thing, the nearest to a parish model, there's no difference. Somebody put it in the chart. What's the difference between the parish model and the decentralization? They are one and the same. The only difference is that when we decentralize, we did not go to the last mile to where we plan to do. Now, the parish model is trying to say, go that last mile. And not only do you go that last mile, have decentralization that is meaningful, empower it to that lower level. And that's why the parish model is. Now, if you are to, we are, as planners, I fully agree with the professor saying we need to go back to PMA. That's why we are trying to go back to. But now we are saying, what's the mechanism to deliver that PMA? The PMA is that parish model, making sure you empower the farmers, you group them, you do not take one size fits all. Each region has its own, each region has its own peculiarities that you must address in that area. So that's the focus you are moving to in terms of parish model. It's a delivery mechanism of delivering, not only, and this again, the misconception I'm hearing, it's not only to deliver agro-industrialization, it's to deliver the entire transformation that you are looking for. Because there are those parishes that are tourism in nature. So you unpack that tourism, you unpack for them that tourism model so that you'll be able to deliver tourism, how they can harness tourism. So you get another, like, particularly in towns, we don't have parishes, but you have people who are slum dwellers. Their challenge is economic activity may be chapati selling. So how do you harness them to be able to make them as a forceful economic entity to be able to address the issues in that area? So it's way beyond even agriculture alone. It's the mining parishes have totally different problems compared to agriculture parishes. The people in the village have totally different issues compared to the ones in the center. Secondly, when we are looking at this parish model, the misconception that I also need to iron out, it's not about the handouts you are hearing about money. It's way broader than the money. Indeed, in the planning angle, even without the money that you are putting, it's a broader thing that even if government doesn't give money, the way you approach development at that level, the way government is delivering needs to be felt by everybody. Accountability for water, accountability for school teaching should be at that lower level. We need to do everything at that lower level and empower the citizens to hold the government accountable at that lower level. And therefore, when you're talking about issues related, they'll give us money. The money that is being talked about, 100 million per year, is just to address just one pillar out of the 7 pillars. Just address the financial inclusion pillar, and this a revolving fund which should be helping the production base. It shouldn't be a handout, but making sure that in the parish, when people cooperate together, if the issue is seedlings, don't give them the money for seedlings. Just pay the person who is going to give them the right seedlings. It's a tripartite arrangement where a cow, if somebody requires chicken, a cow is a certain group, then deal with the right people who are providing the right seedlings. Tell them we give these people, we will pay you back using the amount of money that we have quoted in that word. But colleagues have shared the entire presentation. Try to understand the parish model from the entire 7 pillars, not just one pillar. Lastly, around that parish model, NADS and the issue of NADS, the NADS has been at that lower level, and the issue has been not production but markets. I beg to defend agree, and this goes back where I agree is that whereas a country we have introduced the right, we have increased productivity, particularly in terms of agriculture. The challenge that we notice, we need more productivity. And the challenge that we have seen, and that's one of the lessons we learn, and that's why we are going programmatic approach, is that the people produce for the sake of producing without being informed by market, without being informed by post-harvest handling. And the programmatic approach we are proposing in NDP3 is you need to connect dots. As you are producing, make sure the market, the person negotiating for the market is around. Make sure that the produce that's coming out will be stored very well. And therefore, in the parish model and grouping where you're using corporatization, you're able to organize the farmers, put maybe the right storage at the sub-county level for 4 or 5 parishes. Then do a value addition to maybe it's at the district level, but you plan it along that entire value chain so that as a farmer produces, the market is assured. And here research has a key role. If you understand the market, then the issues of improving productivity, which ties down to that issue, because the characteristic our farmers have is they have, on average, as I told you, Nifani, 65% of our farmers are smallholder farmers. 2, on average, they own about 1.3 acres of land. So if you are to bring them from subsistence, these interesting things, theoretical agro mechanization, irrigation, it doesn't apply to this farmer, because the other characteristic this farmer has that on average, they have 5 to 7 members in the family. Meaning if they decided to till that land, it takes them just a week, tilling just for 1 hour, 2 hours a day to completely till their land. So they remain unemployed. So meaning to improve productivity, we need to go back to the basics for this farmer. It's mainly 2 things that you need to do. 1, they need a quality seedling that is high yielding. 2, make sure that that seedling is the one which is high value. Maybe if I add on one more thing, is that because there are so many, they are unemployed, you need to get something else that occupies them their free life, so that they free up that land instead of them dividing it into smaller parcels. So that the one who stays there is able to use that land productivity very well in order to transform this agricultural land. That's the thinking around the parish model. It's just not it's just an implementation mechanism of the entire NDP 3 thinking. Now, on the last question, which ties down on moderator what you pose, we do the phrase that we have been using as a country. We are faced with this curse. Very good plans, poor implementation. How do we sort this out? I could have a full day just talking to this. What we are, it's one of the lessons that we picked from NDP 2, and we are trying to push it forward to NDP 3. But just to give you a hint, is just implementation has been a challenge, and we hopefully think we may not be able to improve it in NDP 3, but I fully believe that we will go some bit of way in addressing it. How? The starting point is you need to make sure the budget implements what you planned. And for your information, NPA is trying to work closely with the Ministry of Finance. For your info, the budget strategy for this year we are drafting it together. We are going to give the priorities that are going to be budgeted for. But more importantly, the system of budgeting that is currently used is being linked directly from NDP 3. So you won't be able to finance what is not in NDP 3. So when we link that, the system will show red lines that, oh, you are planning something, that you are financing something that to NDP is not aligned to deliver NDP 3. So that system, they are doing a PBS system that is linking to programs. That's also linking to interventions. That is linking to what we have developed in detail, the program implementation action plans. And these, for your information, are results based. And you budget for a result. And if the result has something along with the way, which means it's a research, then the finances for that research are given. And that's why I kept saying that I believe by the time of 5 years from now, expect more resources to be going to research, because if one of the challenge to arrive at a result is research, then we'll have to finance it. It's the way we are trying to move. But we could talk to this all day. Moderator, thank you again. I wish to stop here for now. Hopefully I've responded to all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Grover, for that articulation. Questions were answered and giving us hope that within the next 5 years, we shall be different from what we are today. And the parish model and what is well written in the NDP 3 document will now be seen by the smallholder who has been struggling for decades and decades, trying to make ends meet. Colleagues, thank you for the active participation. Unless there is something to be mentioned by the convener, Professor Tugume, I would ask you to allow me invite you for a short break with some tea and coffee that will be served online. Thank you very much. Over to you, back to Professor Tugume.
Thank you so much, moderator. You have said it right. We can have a break of only 5 minutes, and the next session will be taken over by our own Professor Muinza. But let's have 5 minutes so that members can catch their break. And yeah, let's do. But in the meantime, I want members, the break is going on, the break is declared. I want members to be thinking of what are the, what is the missing link in the effort to turn our innovations and into commercial and products and services. We are in a break, we are not having a discussion, but I want members to reflect on that question. What is the missing link that is needed to turn our innovations into commercial products and services? That is an important question that we need to be reflecting about. And as other people come into after the discussion, we also need to ask ourselves, what are the key metrics that measure the country's advancement in science, technology, and innovation? We've been talking about this. The head of state has been mentioning a lot, science. What are the key ingredients? Is it something that we can be able to discuss about? Another question that we need to be asking ourselves and in the discussions is that how can STI be implemented in a cross-cutting, as a cross-cutting issue in all the developmental processes of the country? We've been receiving, I read the headline somewhere that the science teachers are supposed to receive 1 million per month, something like that. We've been receiving options that, science has been made compulsory at A level, at O level. Is that something that is promoting STI? Is it something that is doing much better, or maybe we can have some different options? Is it okay to have a lawyer, a God-made lawyer in the making, subjecting to chemistry and biology and physics and so on? Or is it okay? These are discussions that we need to hold here in this meeting, and I'm glad that the next session is addressing something to do with skills. Please, members, we are in a break. We are not having a session, but I'm trying to activate your mind to think and to guide the discussions as we form these discussions. How do we motivate young people? How do we get young people to be into STI? Somebody say that science is boring, and indeed it could be boring, especially how can STI financing be implemented in a way that translates into tangible economic benefits and at the national level? We've been talking about financing. One of the issues that needs to be raised is financing. Like I said, we are not in a session. I am just speaking freely, that those who are listening in are able to make some questions or follow-ups in the upcoming sessions. And we have Professor Winza going to chair our next session, which is starting in 2 minutes or in 1.5 minutes from now. And he'll be able to champion all these discussions and the presentations. But these questions I'm addressing are issues that would be able to guide some of these discussions. I hope I'm not preempting any presentation or any question, but these are general observations. How can we better? Is there something we can copy to some country, from some countries, people who have had a chance to travel? One of the things that bothers me is the traffic jam. Every time it rains, there is a traffic jam on our roads. Is there a way in which we can be able, somebody living here can be able to foretell, hey, there's traffic jam on road X, and let me dodge that one? And what causes traffic jam every 3 days? Is it because of too much waiting of the vehicles and then they converge on the road at the same time? That could be one of the models. But that is one of the really life problems, challenges in our cities in Uganda that we need a solution for, and many others I cannot mention at this particular time. I want to take this opportunity to invite Professor Mukada Sibuyinza to be able to take charge of the session, which is beginning immediately. Professor Buyinza, please, you are most welcome to take over the next session with your presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tugume, for giving me this opportunity to moderate a presentation that is being given by an eminent scientist. Colleagues, the next presenter is none other than Professor Eliab Lugujo. Professor Lugujo is currently the Vice Chancellor of Ndejje University, a position he has really occupied for the last 9 years. By way of qualification, Professor Lugujo is an accomplished academician. For the last 40 years, he obtained his first-class BSc degree in mathematics and physics from the University of East Africa, Makerere, way back in 1969. He went on to graduate for his MSc and PhD, both in electrical engineering from Caltech, that is the California Institute of Technology in the US. Professor Lugujo went on to really pursue a postdoctoral program, and he worked at the Bells Labs for 1 year, specializing in meta semiconductor systems using the icon channeling techniques. He's been around Makerere for some time. He served Makerere for 38 years. And during this time, he served in many administrative academic positions. He was the head of department, a dean of faculty of engineering for about 10 years. Of course, when you review his work history, you'll be impressed to know that Professor Lugujo was a member of the Educational Service Commission, leading to the government white paper of 1992, that popular paper. He also has been a member of the team that worked on the technical education policy of 2007. He's chaired the Industrial Training Council for 10 years. He's represented Uganda as a country on the UNESCO Executive Board for about 8 years. He's still a member of the current ongoing government white paper development team for higher education. And yeah, most importantly, I was also present to note that Professor Eliab Lugujo is a member of the UNBS Council for the last 8 years. But more importantly, for today's session, it is important to note that Professor Lugujo is a member of Skilling Uganda Strategic Project. And also currently, he still is a member of the Finance and Administration Committee of the Regional Platform for Agriculture Universities Forum. He's still a member of the board of the Ghana Commission for UNESCO, positions which really make him the most appropriate and well-grounded person to really take us through a presentation featuring skills and education needs for a knowledge-based economy or knowledge society. You'll observe that many of the issues that we've raised this morning really rotate around the gaps between the education system and science and technology innovation advancement. And I believe Professor Lugujo is really the best person to take us through, given his experience and professional career. I now want to invite my senior colleague, Professor Lugujo, to take us through this session. Thank you very much. Hello, Professor Lugujo. Hello? Do you hear me?
No.
Hey, you haven't been hearing me all along?
Bayo, do you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. How about, okay, Professor Tukume, do you hear me? Professor Tugume?
Professor Wins, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Professor Wins. I've been hearing you very well.
Up to the end when I invited Professor Lugujo.
Absolutely, and Professor Lugujo is in.
Okay, now it is my pleasure to invite my senior colleague, Professor Lugujo, to take us through this session featuring the relevant required skills and education for a modern knowledge society and knowledge economy. Professor Lugujo, it's your time.
May I have the screen from that side? Hello?
I can manage the screen for Professor Lugujo.
Please.
Yes, I have them. I can do them for me. Just a moment.
Okay. Good.
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Makerere University for this conference and also for Professor Buyinza for introducing me. He has painted a picture that I've been around for some time, which is true. And I may say that maybe I'm the most frustrated person because I've participated in very many policies and strategies for advancing STI in the country. Can go on. I have only the front page.
IT, please.
I have the front
tap
page.
The button.
Yes.
Okay.
As you have noted since morning, Uganda has been involved in many frameworks and regulations for improving training and skills, especially with respect to all education levels in the country. And as Professor Buyinza pointed out, the beginning stage was in 1992 when a white paper came out, and its aims at that time are as valid then as they are today. That white paper was to promote citizenship, moral, ethical and spiritual values, promote scientific, vocational and technical and cultural knowledge, skills and attitudes, eradicate literacy and equip individuals with basic skills and knowledge, and with the ability to contribute to the building of an integrated, self-sustaining, and independent national economy. And that was the beginning now of a series of policies, the development of children's statutes that emphasize indigenous knowledge at home in the home state. The education and sports sector also came in to be very dynamic, and they introduced the UPE, then the strategic plan, and then the post O-level in 2011, and then we had science, technology, innovation policy, then establishment of the National Council of Higher Education, then the National Commission for UNESCO. We worked on skilling Uganda as a project, inaugurated in October 2012. That was the first phase. Then the second phase came with the BTVET policy of 2011. Then recently, 2019, we've come up with the TVET. It encompasses business, but we dropped the B because we wanted to conform to the international abbreviations. Then recently, we have just finished the white paper on higher education chaired by Professor Kayanja, and I've been a member on that committee, and we have presented the report. But further, 1.3, you note international and regional fora. Can we move on? I've galvanized Uganda to move towards skilling Ugandans. The World Conference on Education for All was a democratization aspect. And then the International Commission on Education for All for the 21st Century, UNESCO, 1991. Then the International Commission on Culture and Development.
IT, is there a problem? Professor, just a minute. IT, the screen is not speaking to speed with the
Professor, moderator, there is some freezing on the IT side, and we are managing it. We apologize. There is some freezing. We are aware of the problem.
Okay. Let me wait.
Okay. But you can continue to share experience, Prof. I know you have.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
You have been around both nationally and internationally, but the emphasis has been on democratization of skilling individuals, empowering individuals to use the environment as a resource. And this has been a major challenge. And then we had the Bonn recommendation on learning for work. Bonn is in Germany. This was actually learning for work, citizenship, and sustainability. This was in 2004. I think the screen is coming up.
Sure.
Yes, continue. Yeah, there.
Okay.
Then we had the African Union to revitalize technical and vocational education and training in Africa. Then UN 2030 Agenda. I think you are familiar with that, those who are just young, for sustainable development. And the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, which we are now implementing, 2016 to 2025. And then the African Union Agenda, 2063. These are all emphasizing skills. Then in 1996, there was a report, international report, which gathered issues from all, at that time, 194 countries. And Dilo, the professor from Paris University, came up with recommendations identifying 5 key pillars for the education for the 21st century. And I think this is the century where we are. And these 5 pillars are: learning to be, that we have to anchor ourselves deeply so that globalization doesn't sweep us. while we are benchmarking, we should uphold our true values, and the minister emphasized these values. The second pillar was learning to know. Because of the much information all over, we need to situate ourselves to know what knowledge is all about, and learning to do. Once we know, we must do. And I think this is a challenge for all of us. Are those people who know, are they doing? And then learning to learn. You can see most of our youth with the laptops, they are there, but are they learning? Then learning to live together. These pillars meant to take advantage of the opportunities offered by society, ineffectively contribute to the notion of learning and acquisition of skills throughout life, lifelong learning. Now, Bonn Mission Declaration, I think this was now key. Professor Buyinza asked this morning, what went wrong? The answer is here. Since education is considered as a key to effective development strategies, technical and vocational education and training must be the master key that can alleviate poverty, promote peace, conserve the environment, improve the quality of life for all, and help achieve sustainable development. Most of us have studied, we have certificates, we have knowledge, but we don't have the vocational and technical. We have research results on the shelves, but we can't design, we can't construct. Even when we go for our masters, when they say, can you go to the workshop and construct? We can't. Yet in the United States, by the time you go for masters and PhD, you have to be in the workshop. You must acquire that vocational aspect because it is the master key. So we lost the master key. Those who came in, the British, emphasized the master key, but we threw it away and concentrated on the keys only, but not the master key. That answers Professor Buyinza's. Yeah, and then we have the African Union also came in with the education strategy. And the strategies in most industrialized countries, technical and vocational education and training plays a very important role in producing the skilled workforce that underpins industry, research, and innovation that propels economic growth. Without TVET, you may have as many science as possible, but you will never realize the economic growth. Even the man, Armstrong, who landed on the moon, came down and knelt before the technicians and said, it is because of you that I have come back to Earth. So we are missing that component. We will teach all the physics there is, but without that branch, without that strand, which we have despised up to today, we cannot go into the industrial. Even the director from NPA was talking about this agriculture. You don't have extension workers. You don't have the technical people in agriculture. You have the theoretical people, you have the educated, you have the PhDs, but you have not gone to the village. You see, this is the issue. Now, this again 3.2 emphasizes why we PhD cannot propel without TVET. The continental strategy for TVET Yeah, I've lost the screen. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you have it. Yeah.
Sure.
3.2. The continental strategy for TVET aims to bring a paradigm shift in TVET by developing the idea that TVET prepares youth to become more job creators than job seekers, so that the public discard the idea that TVET is a refuge for those who failed in general education, which is now what is being propagated by the officers in this country. That if you haven't done very well in general education, you can join a TVET institution. Now listen to the other one. The strategy demonstrates that even in the most sophisticated qualifications require prior training, and this falls well within the broader framework of TVET. Even in the PhDs, you must have a fallback to, namely the vocational and technical. In our culture, we call it indigenous knowledge. This is what is missing, as I will explain later. Now, the one who gave me this topic told me, well, actually asked me, can primary level students be innovators, UPE leavers? Yes, they can. The literacy, reading and writing, and numeracy, arithmetic and practical mathematics are essential not only to participation in the modern workforce, but also to safe and healthy lives in a modernizing society. In order to rise above existence at the subsistence level, a person needs to understand the symbolic basis of written language and arithmetic. And I'm sure then when the parish model people go to the village, they need to find competent PLE leavers who can do mathematics, arithmetic, when they are doing financial literacy. It is very crucial. It is the beginning of modernization. Knowledge and the natural environment and its utilization and conservation and of physical and biological sciences is essential. Indeed, in PLE, there is a paper on science, as it were. But the paper on science doesn't emphasize that the trees produce oxygen. If we cut trees, we may die. And what they see, these people who set up modern housing estates, the first thing they do is to cut all of the trees. And then they say, we are going to build houses for younger couples with young children. And when these children come to stay there, there is no oxygen in the housing estates. And therefore they develop all breathing problems because where they are built, there are no trees. It should be understood from the primary level. Okay? So this is the issue of science and interaction. At the second level, as you've noted, to succeed in the workforce, young people must require the ability to follow written directions and instructions that assume an understanding of abstract concepts. They will need to go beyond the basics of reading, writing, mathematics, and problem solving. And many will need the ability to use computing and at the basic level. Basic physical sciences, grounded in regular practical work and environmental resource, should be emphasized. Currently, physical sciences are compulsory, paving the way to development and the career path, but they are taught theoretically. Therefore, there is a lot of inefficiency that even if they would be good chemist loses interest in the chemistry because it is taught theoretically, or the teachers who are teaching were not taught very well. So recycling is inefficiency. And that's why you know, year in, year out, tells you of poor performances in the STEM, in these physical sciences. Now, higher education. Mandatory integration of skills in higher education. Now, this is what the government white paper, which we have just submitted to the minister, says. That the 21st century skills should be placed in 3 categories. Category A, learning and innovation skills. And this includes critical thinking and problem solving. I have to say that we have continued to set exams right from our lecture notes. And indeed, that is why the normal graduation process does not follow a normal distribution. You find out that there are many people with the first class and many with the uppers and very few with the third class and what have you. But we should expect more lowers. But because the people are not well assessed, you find that we don't develop that critical thinking within the university spectrum. And we also do a lot of PowerPoint demonstration. And after we have finished, the student give you their email and say, can you send your notes, sir, to our emails? But you are the one who went to the library to look for notes. Therefore, the students will never learn how to look for knowledge because everything is put on the silver plate. And they end up graduates, but with the question marks. Communication and collaboration. This is crucial. As you realize, internationalization is coming in. Even when we are doing research, we need to collaborate. And these are skills which must be developed within the university. And then entrepreneurship, creativity, and innovation. The Honorable Minister this morning alluded to this. Indeed, as she pointed out, she loves research, but she wants these results to be transformed into tangible products. And that is the entrepreneurship aspect. Even at this time, graduates of our universities can't bargain, can't go to the market and bargain. What they tell them is what they pay. They don't understand the saving culture. They don't have it. Entrepreneurship. The second one set of skill set is the digital literacy skills, which encompass information literacy, media literacy. We have to be able, what we have done to communicate to the media. There was a man, I think called Amot, who used to talk to write about the environment. May his soul rest in eternal peace. You don't read anymore about scientific work in the media, okay? But of course, we publish. Then we have ICT, which of course has become the mainstay. It has to be mainstreamed in whatever we do. Then the third set of skills is career and life skills. Flexibility and adaptability. This is critical when you want to build up a career, when you want to be remembered, when you want to be a good manager, a good administrator. You have to be the art of listening. You must really have that flexibility, and rigidity may not carry you far. Initiative and self-direction, working without supervision. And these are key issues. We are saying that graduates must have these as mandatory. Social and cross-cultural interaction. We are working with CEDA, with Carnegie. When they wink, you don't know what they say. You know, we need to understand all that mannerism. Then we understand productivity and accountability. And that is a missing link now. You write a project with a good budget, but sometimes accountability is a problem. What we are saying is, can we stay focused to the letter? When you say something, can you deliver? Because you're a graduate of higher education, can people trust you? And without trust, you cannot progress, whether STI is there or not. And then leadership and responsibility. And this is very, very important and is the key. Now we go to balancing. Again, this was given to me by those who wanted me to talk about this. Balancing basic education, TVET, and higher education. How do you introduce basic education into higher education, yet you can solve these walls, demarcation, you know? How do we marry to form a coherent wall? The balancing of levels of education and training is the basis for developing qualification frameworks that provide the occupational and assessment standards in the world of work. So if you have got O level and from there you have another qualification, what will really put us together is competence, not just what you know theoretically. What is the output? What is your output? Basic primary and secondary education learning outputs are transformed into equivalences with competencies. And indeed, Skilling Uganda Plan, which was inaugurated in 2012, is a framework for modern state-of-art open system for skills development that exactly introduces a standardized paradigm. And here I mention, in the old format, we show certificates, PLE, O-level, A-level, bachelor's, master's, PhDs, and you waive it that you are qualified. The new form, people want skill and competences. What do you know? You have that piece of paper. But what skill and competence relevant to the labor market do you have? That is how they are going to grade you, that you are educated. You will not carry your PLE or your piece of paper there. This is now the new form. It's a paradigm shift. So we need to encourage our people to be output oriented. You can't know that Hitler invaded Germany in here. Yes, good information. But what is the output? Then, the old form is low achieving, school leavers, dropouts. No, we can't have school dropouts. The new form is all Ugandans in need of skills must get it. Whether I stopped in P2 or P3 and I dropped out, I must be introduced to the skills and I become a useful member of the community. Counting the population of 45 in Uganda doesn't help us unless we empower individuals. Instead of saying these are dropouts, these are jaga takers, these are drunkards. No, that is the old format. The new format is what can you do? Can we train you? Then the school system as it was, as we knew it, yes, it can stay there. But the new form is flexible workplace-oriented environment. I can study in the evening. I can acquire knowledge on the weekend. Wherever it is, on a mango tree, I can be trained to be a mechanic. It is no longer the school system where I can get competencies or be educated. Or if I'm working on my master's, I can go to Katwe and do plumbing because it may help me in my research. So you can see that we are coming together if we understand that to form a homogeneous learning society. You cannot say because you have a master's, you can't go to Katwe and be trained how to weld and be trained how to design. Why not? If you are going to have it or to need it in the university. So we need to remove balkanization of the education and look at individuals and their hemoglobin as people who are very useful in the world of work. And then government, yes, these days I hear public universities, they are the only people who get grants. And even when the government gets loans, African Development Bank, they don't talk about private chartered institutions. But that is the old way of thinking. Why can't we educate public and private partnership? The public is there, the private universities are there, the industries are there. So the training is no longer government. It has now been liberalized. Even when you look at O level and A level, it is the private schools that drive the teachers to teach, and those are the people, they come out with the better results now, okay, apart from a few traditional schools. Now, the advantage of qualification framework, as we will see, is standardizes occupational standards. It provides guidelines even for modular training. I can get my training in pieces. I can do what is equivalent to PLE in 7 years or 4 years, depending on my ability. And when you say, do you have PLE? I said, I know these are the competencies. Do you have a yardstick for my PLE? And then you provide, it liberalizes the curriculum. You can do what you want. And introduces competency-based education and training. Incidentally, this is what is being done even the dual system in Germany. It is competency-based education and training. They are not interested in where you got and how you got that knowledge, but they want the output. That is important. Allow progression, qualification framework. As you will see, people start with crafts, they go to diploma, eventually they branch to higher degrees, and they are wonderful professors because they have got the basic technical aspect. Those are the people they want to go and teach. Some move from industries and join universities. These are the people they want to teach, the young minds, okay? And the qualification frameworks lays a foundation for fully fledged work. Now, that go to another slide. Yes, IT.
Hello, IT.
IT.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I may not read all of this as you've seen them, but eventually you can refer. In education now, we give you a level with the generic descriptors. That level must have generic descriptors defining what you can do, what your competence is. And in Uganda, in TVET, because I was in DIT for 10 years, we developed a national UVQ, Uganda Vocational Qualification Framework, with the help of the Germans, GTZ, now GIZ. And we have 5 levels now. You will see Uganda does not have a qualification framework for higher education. It has been recommended by the white paper that it is important that the higher education you develop the generic descriptors. You can see in level 5, those who get higher diploma at the top there in Uganda. They know what they can do, okay? Like ability to acquire broad range of specialized knowledge and skills, to interpret technical information, modify concepts and current practices, procedures, perform complex technical operation within the unpredictable work environment, undertake activities with a high degree of autonomy, checked on results by superiors with a high degree of resource control and managerial performance. That is the top one. That is the highest of the diplomas we have in Uganda. But now we know that when an individual comes with a higher diploma, these are the competences he has. I want to read all of them, but what is important is when you go to level 1, down there is a one workers pass, okay? Workers pass below. These are people who have not gone to school or they stopped in primary 2, but they know how to paint. This is where we recognize prior learning, recognition of prior learning. You come to be tested. I have lost the screen.
Yeah,
IT,
sure. IT. We are back to the
Yeah,
front page. Okay.
the chat. We
Yeah.
go to the chat. Continue. Yeah, there. When you look at the bottom, that table, but
No,
down,
no.
I was down. Go back slightly.
Go back.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to refer to workers pass down there. An individual comes and he knows the painting, but he doesn't know how to write, how to read. He doesn't know English. And you want to know his competence or her competence so that he has to be certified. You recognize prior learning. You should give him the pride that he invested energy in learning what he knows. It's not an issue of saying that he doesn't have a PLE. No, we want a good painter. We need to train him. So we go on writing in his workers pass. Whatever module he finishes, we sign. If he finishes a number of modules to qualify for a certificate, he gets a certificate in painting. And this is democratization of skills. You can see the transition from the old way of thinking. For us, what we are doing, we are looking to whoever is an individual. And we say, then here, Uganda does not have this. We continue, the next one. Next chart, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I got that one from Malawi. Yeah, this one is the complete qualification framework up to PhD. From PLE to PhD. PhD is number 8. Doctoral degree, master's degree, bachelor's degree, higher education, diploma, okay, senior. For us, we are on level 5 as far as the technical and vocational. Uganda needs to develop those 3 lasting levels to generate the generic descriptors that when you are a graduate of a university, what should you know or what are you capable of doing? This is what is missing. And this is when you talk about skills development towards the STI, it has to be done here. When we are looking at STEM, as you will see, we need to look at the history. Where did these people pass? What do they know? What are they bringing to STI development, as it were? Now, the last line question. Can individuals with primary education be innovators? I think I was also tickled by, I don't know whether it is Mr. Dr. Professor Athabu, the one from there. Who? Oh, Professor Tugume. He was the one tickling me with these strange questions. But you know, yes, with the primary education, can you be an innovator? Then I am from Katosi. I'm a fisherman. I was born in Katosi. My people are fishermen. And then I say, yes, history is our witness. Fishermen who design and construct canoes have vocational technical competences, but they don't know Archimedes' principle or the law of flotation. They cannot even calculate upthrust, but they use their ingenuity to locate the Primus line, namely the safety line, a line you can't load beyond, otherwise you sink. They don't know how to write, they don't know how to read, they have never done Archimedes, they don't know. I did Archimedes in senior 2, the law of flotation is S2, those people don't know. Now they are designing canoes. Yes, even in primary level, once the TVET comes into play, we can really create effectiveness in deployment of our own people. So I have answered Professor Tugume's question there. Now we go to another one. We go to another one, IT, yes. Favorable conditions for STI advancement. And this one I'm talking about HR. I won't talk very much about other regulatory aspects. The starting point in STI development is to grow and nurture a strong science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which we call a STEM base, from the basic levels of education, primary and secondary, as well as primary teachers college and national teachers college. This, if done properly, can widen the catchment area for science and technology in higher education, and also make the TVET subsector more attractive. Well qualified and passionate teachers and instructors at these basic levels play a catalytic role to captivate the young minds into real love for science. And in Tuesday, when the president said that science teachers will get 4 million, the New Vision writer said that, but it is only those who are educationally challenged who go to teaching. I hope you saw that now as we stand, only those who academically, use the word academically challenged, they are those who go to teaching. Yet in my time, the best brains in high school were told to go to Makerere, and the others go to Nairobi for engineering. Luguja and Banda were selected, we were classmates. We went to Makerere because they wanted us to continue in the academia and teach in university. But here now in the country, if you go to teaching in a failure, how can you build the science base? You may have all of the STI policies. You can finance STI policy, but without a base of really qualified people who are well taught, we cannot have the base. The curriculum and pedagogical infrastructure should be user-friendly. The pedagogy, the delivery system, as I told you, students do practical work because the examinations are coming. It is not part and parcel of the training program. But you cannot do science. You cannot be interested. You cannot become curious unless that there is that regular, periodic, really. When I went to Makerere College School in senior one, they gave me a key and I had a key locker for equipment. Rukuja had a key locker with his name there. We are 30 in the class, 120 in the entire school. So this is the problem. The fundamental problems must be addressed before we go higher. And the minister alluded to it, that we are think elitist. We better address the basics. Okay, so the pedagogical infrastructure should be user-friendly. In fact, STEM curricula should be taught using the environment as a resource, emphasizing hands-on and project work. And this is what we wanted to start, but the numbers, Kajuri report recommended vocationalization of education at all levels. But when UPE came, the teachers were totally finished. The solution would be to increase the number of teachers, to increase the number of technicians. That would be it, but we lost it that way. We have to resuscitate. Then, a teacher plays a fundamental role in areas of learning. And therefore, for STEM programs, there must be a critical mass of qualified individuals. There is a need to strengthen the countrywide rolling out of the secondary science and mathematical teachers systematic program to enhance teacher effectiveness. Further, they need to develop a STEM strategy to address the quality, relevance, and delivery of the current programs. Further, you create a cadre of skilled laboratory and workshop technicians. This is absolutely necessary for STI training, because you may find that in universities at graduation, they graduate 2 students in physics, meaning very few people now enter senior 5 to do STEM subjects. And those who do, those who come to good schools, they go to medicine. You see, they go to agriculture. They can't go to teaching because it is not well paying. So even the few who join A level, you can't get them. So here in a university, you graduate very few chemistry teachers, very few biology teachers. And this is a problem. We need also to create a conducive environment for university professors to promote joint research projects with industries, public-private partnerships. But unfortunately, our industries are investor-driven. These people came here for profit making, and within the agreement they make, there is no such clauses that you've come here, but they must be capacity building. When we go for internship to an industry, sometimes they refuse. They don't have time for us. So how can we build the capacity or translate projects into, research into projects when the industries are investor dominated and there is no rule to control them? Universities should continuously invest in appropriate STEM laboratories and equipment, including internet and virtual labs, in view of the advances of science and technology, not mentioning pandemics that may disrupt conventional pedagogical delivery. This we have noted. So we have no excuse now. Scientists and researchers should endeavor to uptake TVET skills as they are necessary in instrumentation, experimentation, and converting research results into tangible products. You cannot convert research results because you need to have the equipment, you need to test in whatever branch of STEM. You realize that that equipment is very, very important. Adequate skilled human resource with the right attitudes and values required for growth and promoting of STI sector may be created if well facilitated. You see, yeah, I think this is what the president has done. But he's also fighting a battle. When he wants to increase, you hear noisy people saying, why are scientists, Now, this morning I heard that scientists, I think, are bridges, okay, something like that. But he's fighting. It's maybe a losing battle. But you have to facilitate the scientists, Can we go on to another slide? Okay, good. Now, gaps in STI. I know in this conference you will hear a presenter from, I think, National Council for Science and Technology. He will talk more about this. And for me, I talked about gaps in skills, as it were. And there is an adequate number of professors, teachers, and instructors at all levels of STI in the country. Even in the public universities, there aren't enough professors. Why? Good people went away. There are people, when I was a dean, we sponsored people under UNESCO. They come back with the PhDs. We couldn't retain them. They are now in Kampala there, signing checks or whatever, underutilized. Okay? Because the sector hasn't been paying. So we need to resuscitate the sector across. 2, Uganda is still lagging behind in the production of conventional ratios. For every one engineer, you need 4 technicians and 8 craftsmen to drive STI efforts in industrialization. This is ILO standards. And there we are totally failing. Government has not yet appreciated the role played by private chartered universities in STI programs. I agree, government sends students here under the higher education loan scheme, but we cannot vie for projects under the grants of government because we are private. So you realize that all private universities, especially for us who are doing sciences and engineering, we haven't been fully or optimally utilized. Then 4, there is a dearth of laboratory and workshop technicians to support the delivery of STEM programs. And this you will agree with me, even at Makerere, Professor Vunza will bear me with me. Chemists go to chemistry department and say, how many technicians are here? You go to even botany, zoology, physics, and you say how many technicians are helping you. So you find a professor can't do his work efficiently and effectively, okay? Because we are missing that. Weak and negligible partnership between training institutions and industries, because there is no regulatory framework. You see, there is no government. Government should really say, you have come to invest here, but for capacity building, you have to link with industry. In South Africa, it is the rule of thumb. Most universities are linked to the production sector, okay? And the industries even support research in universities, okay? And then inadequate exposure to the internship and apprenticeship programs. This leads to production of theoretical graduates. We have students, but they don't have enough place where to train from. But government can say, If an industry trains, they can get a tax rebate. They can get a tax waiver. You simply show that I trained so many internship students. I have this apprenticeship, and then you have a deduction from the profit. This is what is done in most countries. All industries that train have tax rebates, the waivers, and here it can start. Yes, it can start. And then absence of the national science fairs that would raise awareness on the various STEM programs and showcase different projects they undertake in the various science areas. Makerere has tried, but we need more countrywide so that people can appreciate what scientists can do, what engineers can do. We must think globally, act locally. We must calm down. And low uptake, yeah, I think I've said that, low uptake of TVET and Santa, okay? Now let me conclude, okay? Harnessing science and technology for development depends on the skills of the country's people. This in turn requires a robust and effective higher education system, which is the only mechanism that can produce and sustain these skills. Therefore, it is incumbent for government to ensure that enabling environment is created to produce the requisite human capital necessary for STI development. And I hope under the recommendations this evening, we have to put the recommendation, how can industries participate in STI, in universities, in supporting the universities, the schools? How can they link with us? The environment requires, among other things, improving national regulatory frameworks, skills and capacity building structures, bridging the gender gap. The ladies, they're doing very well. But even with what? 0.5 in public universities, 0.5 has done very well to support the lawyers. Now you can save the lawyers a lady, okay? 0.5, because of 0.5. But 0.5 hasn't done much in this side of the ladder, in the STEM area. We need now, if there is a school where we can get these ladies not to fear STEM, let it be. We need more women in science, okay? And provide adequate financing through partnership and cooperation. Of course, financing is always inadequate, okay? Inadequate funds. But I think MPs, parliamentarians, government, cabinet must know we cannot move unless there is adequate, financing. There must be a master plan for rejuvenating science in the country. I'm happy the minister talked about the Chira project, but there could be more Chira projects if we were financed. If we can train and retain, two things. You have to train and retain these people by creating, and they're not demanding much, but a workable environment, a favorable environment, where you don't have to attend a party and you sit at the back because you were a teacher. You see, this is terrible. I end with that. For God, fear of God brings knowledge and wisdom. I thank you.
Wow, colleagues. If it were possible, I would say we give a loud applause to Professor for this very insightful perspectives. Clearly, I think we need to move outside our academic comfort zone and learn a lot more. My senior colleague has got a lot to share with us. And you see, it begins by interesting us in vocational education. For sure, before Professor began to give his lecture, I'm very sure many of you were wondering, what has he got to offer? Why is he talking about vocational education to us at this level? But now we know that even if you have a PhD, you need the skills. The world is all about upskilling. It's not about the academic qualifications that you have attained, but the competences, the worker competences. That one I take a serious message. And I think our appreciations to go way back to the continental strategy that really led to this, where everybody should be seen as a way of creating a job, okay? I really have taken notes all through. I have really picked interest in the skill sets, and these are things that you know, we never get to really reflect on deeply. We pass them, but now I think you can see. And the other question as to whether really science innovators are made at primary, secondary, or the tertiary levels has been answered, and the gaps in our education system have clearly been answered. So I now invite a few questions, colleagues. We shall pick very few, 2, 3, and then we move forward with the program. Colleagues, you're welcome, whoever is ready. Raise up your hand.
Professor Windsor, there is the Chibedi, I mean, John Kasule, hands up, and also Chibedi Cabral, and also Anke. So in that order, Mr. Moderator.
For some reason, convener, Professor Tukume, we don't see them as moderators. The screen doesn't show those that have put up their hands. But let's go in that order. Let's begin with
Johnny Kasule. Johnny Kasule, Chibedi Cabral, and Anke.
Cabral and
Hello.
Anke. Yes, John. Yes, John, it's your time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Has been so. Question to him is, yes, we've talked of the teachers who are teaching these learners at a secondary school level. When we look at the aspect of the science teachers, the way they conduct these practicals, I talked about that these teachers take the practical part to be the last time. As you look at the practicals, the way they are done in sciences, they do them at the last hour. How can we make this to be effective, that these learners take the practicals at the beginning of the class, so that we get that skill at the end of the period of the class? Let's say that is active that these people need to be put on as they come for those classes of SESMAT. Okay. Because we see government trains them. Hello?
John, you are breaking, but your message, we've gotten your question. John, you are breaking, but I've got your question. And,
yes, the other question.
You have to, but it must be very brief. John, it should be very brief.
Yes, the other thing is that we need to track these students from this lower level, because we have people who say that I want to take sciences, I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer. If you have that tracking mode, we go beyond down to these levels, we track these learners. By the time when they are done with senior 4, senior 6, we get to have already the people we have been tracking on schools, and I see that we can get good people who can.
Okay, John, good observation. We shall respond to you. John, thank you very much. So now I think we go to Cabral, Chibedi Cabral, one question, very concise and clear. Time is not on our side.
Chibedi has unmuted himself again.
Then we go to Anki.
I'm continuing.
Chibedi
sorry.
comes back.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Chibedi. This is Dr. Chibedi speaking. Yeah, mine is just a small comment. One of the things that I would really advise is we should really look at the curriculum. We should really look in the match our curriculum to the needs and consumables we use in our daily life. University should be a place where people make Colgate as a degree. It should be, if you look at your whole program from the morning up to the evening, you should be able, but all those technologies, once you develop it, they take it out. An example, I developed a drug for Parkinson's disease. The way Professor Ogwang has done his COVID, what they did were to give me a highly skilled immigration, and either the company has to take over that or it has not continued. So that information, they patent it and leave it out. So at the end, universities will always teach job seekers. So we need to make a deliberate effort. Degrees like making glass, those things we need them. Then the other one would be about the quality of the degrees we make. Professor Buyinza stated that maybe PhDs with alleged skills. In the UK, for instance, PhD, they know it's a terminal degree. So they don't give you as a student. They have to make sure that they have trained you and tested you on the skills of life, tested you on the skills, or equipped you with the skills of entrepreneurship in the whole and managerial, as well as ability to be a leader in your field of specialty. So we should also try to modify our PhDs that way, such that we don't get persons with PhD. Again, we are trying to reskill them. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Chibedi. Now we go to Anke.
Yes,
One
Anke
question from
Weisheit.
you. Yeah,
Yes,
sure,
Anke
go for it.
Anke Weisheit, Chair Innovation and Business Management from Biotrakenbauer University. My comment is on talent management. That is the understaffing of public universities. The policies need to be revised that actually the staffing level of public institutions need to be higher because it leads to over burnout. People are too busy to teach and to perform basic duties and have no time to do research, because if you have an overload on teaching, you not have time and energy to either research or look for funding to research, writing proposals. Promotion, we lose very many people. We just simply lose because someone who is a senior lecturer and cannot get an associate professorship because he has to line up against the very few promotions, the person may go and look for other work, because the difference between senior lecturer and associate professor is 7.5 million to 14.8 million. And therefore it's very important to also in the promotion, beside having more promotion, we need also to include more activities in the promotion. For example, community outreach, innovation and business management, entrepreneurship, and other non-hardcore academic fields which seen in the past. And therefore the promotion becomes also easier on others than teaching on academic paper writing. Other work will be honored, and therefore the professors or the lecturers will be also willing to go more in the communities, go more in business and entrepreneurship and innovation. Yeah, and last point, we often talk about brain drain. People go away to other countries, but also there must be a policy on brain gain, that attracting international high-level people to make them easier to stay in Uganda. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much. We shall now limit it to these three and allow Professor to respond.
But moderator, I wanted to make some submission so that the presenter could make it round at once. I wanted to make three points. Point number one is the issue of early skilling and early specialization. We have not been doing very well, and I think Professor Gujo might have to give some quite insight and guidance on this. We tend to delay learners in STI, of course, and the humanities, although this conference is about STI, but there seems to be a general delay, in which case you have a senior person who has his certificates who cannot be able to do anything. But then we are busy now turning our technical colleges, our vocational colleges into universities. And we seem to be sarcastically laughing about it as if we are not serious people. Because when you have a technical colleges getting converted into universities, we are building academia at the expense of the vocational, at the expense of the skills. And I think there is something that is not working out well there. And until we stop that, we seem to be going to be having many more universities every district or every other region or whatever it is, but we are not going anywhere unless if we go back to the master key. And I later mentioned that if then the master key is vocationalization, why are we so busy turning vocational schools into universities? Secondly, is it right that we must make people who were not created by God or meant in part personally to be scientists, to be studying chemistry, biology, physics, and so on and so forth at A level, and they grow to head up and we don't add value to them instead of putting more effort on people who were designed to become actually scientists? Is it helping us to make sciences compulsory? Is it having more harm or is it doing us good? Is giving more pay to scientists, which I love most to put in my pocket, is it adding value? Is it not? Finally, Mr. Moderator, I want to read a comment that came from one of us in Makerere University, addressed to Professor Gujo, the Minister, and Dr. Muhumuza. National development will be closely hinged on STI human capital development. And through performance of STI disciplines like subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Unfortunately, we are seeing consistently poor performance of students in these subjects from primary to tertiary institutions. And over the last 7 years or so, that has been the case. Now, the graduates from these levels, they feed into the programs, universities, and other tertiary institutions that support STI and contribute to frameworks like Vision 20, NDP 3, and so on and so forth. Now, the Minister of Education and other stakeholders have lamented over poor performance, and I've quote, this is quite common. Is it the curriculum that is failing us? Is it the pedagogy? Is it the methods? Where did it go wrong? Is it infrastructure? Is it a mindset? Can we have affirmative action to handle this looming crisis? Mr. Moderator, I must end there because of time. It is now in your hands to manage this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tugume. Colleagues, you know, we are dealing with an issue that has been around for a while. And in this session, we may not answer the questions, all of the questions, but Professor will attempt to share his experiences and perspectives on these questions. Let's begin with John, who believes that it's not right that practicals are coming last. Yeah, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for that response, and I'm clearly very grateful because I think I have captivated the brightest minds in the room or in the cyberspace. Yes, Dr. Kasure, why do we conduct? Of course, this is not the expected. You are supposed to introduce a topic, and the following day you do practicals to support what you taught yesterday. It should be done in tandem, you know, and you go. But because of the constraints within the system, I mentioned that one stream has 100 students in Kampala here in one of the best schools, and you have one teacher. So he cannot teach. So what he does is to cover the syllabus. In fact, they tell you that they have to cover the syllabus, the practicals will come later. And yet the roles of practical, were meant to concretize the theoretical ideas, into the minds of the learner. So I agree with you entirely that now that the teachers will earn more people will come and join the teaching profession. So that when a school has so many students, you increase the number of chemistry teachers, okay, to be in consonance with the work, the expected work. What does that mean? Government must appreciate that and put down a budget for that. Because year in, year out, there is failing. When I came back from America with a PhD in 74, 75, okay, and I started teaching students during the holidays, I was overwhelmed by the number of people who were coming from the number of students from the best schools. They hadn't done practicals, they hadn't known. They were teaching physics from Abbott, not from the real knowledge of science. And most of those students went on to become very good engineers and scientists, and some are medical doctors. So the teacher is also crucial in what we are talking about. And that is why raising their salary will solve some of the problems and getting the right people. The tracking model is done in Nigeria. When we are on the Education Policy Review Commission, we visited Nigeria, and they told us that they have 40 schools. They call them comprehensive schools. Those are the schools that do real science. So whenever results come, those are the people they take to universities and what have you. The others are general schools. Because you can't support all of these schools equally. You can't provide labs. But there is another model used by Korea, South Korea and Malaysia, is to have joint laboratories, one big laboratory in a town to serve the neighboring schools. And in that laboratory, you have the best technicians, best laboratory, laboratory attendants. So you slot it. Kololo, Chitante, Makerere College School would have one big laboratory, well equipped, and the students come from those on various days. And that has worked well. But in here, each school must have its own laboratory, which is impossible for private schools. I think I have answered that too.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Chibedi, the curriculum. Yeah, Dr. Chibedi, the curriculum. I went to school, we had a curriculum. But because it was well resourced, well taught, it produced the best professors and the best medical doctors and the best people in the country. So this idea of new curriculum, let us come in with another one, may not be the right solution. Because the boundary conditions are being flexed anyhow. So for me, I think the traditional curriculum, how come in London they're still using Nelecon and Abbott, and they are producing the best people. So what we need is human capital and equipment and monitoring, okay? Yeah. And the other one was joint university industry partnership here. I think he talked about changing he wanted to know if we could partner with industries, we could produce Colgate, as it were. But also you find some universities in Uganda here, they have got some small entrepreneurship projects going around, like in Leje University, somehow. But I think what we can do is to cement in really in a good format, the relationship or togetherness, coming together of universities, industry. They discuss what they want, the problem they want, we work on them, we gain experience, our students go there, and then we have a joint training program as it were. And then Dr. Anke here, well, the system as it is now of professors is wasteful, because if you are 60 and you are one of the best lecturers, they retire you, they say you haven't published enough. In America, you have awards for the best lecturers, best professors. They award professors, teaching professor. In fact, others are teaching. They may not produce much, but they are good teachers. And those are the teachers who teach first years. Senior professors, they are first years. Yeah, and they are quantified. Their input is quantified into promotion. But here they depend on only publications. Maybe it will change one day, we will be gone, but hopefully it will change in that one, the proportional ladder. And then understaffing, understaffing in public universities. It is a perennial problem for all universities in Uganda. You find one zoology professor is running around the country, isn't it? On the weekend is here, on Thursday is there. And that doesn't make him produce much. And I think even his delivery is not well, received. But these days, they have notes, they send them. But I think you are important. But now with the upgrading of the salary structure, we are likely to get people moving from the private sector to join the university. That is my hope, that the government is trying to make it attractive to attract people even from outside. Because 15 million is good money even if you're outside. If you realize the standard of living here, you may find that people will come in here. Okay. Then the last one, the changing of technical into universities. It is not only bad, but it is a catastrophe. If you know the physics term of that word, it is a catastrophe. It is darkness at noon. This is what is happening. Because you are increasing unemployment. And let me tell you, nothing is worse than looking at an unemployed graduate. Very bad to have an unemployed graduate. I hope it will stop. And in my delivery, I said that probably by adhering to qualification frameworks, you'll find that after senior 4, senior 6, people will choose to take the technical, because it is flexible, they gain the knowledge, eventually they will go to university if they want, because there is a branch, but they will be working incidentally. They will be undergraduate, but already working elsewhere. This is what people are doing in other parts of the world. So I agree with you that it is not a good practice. It should be discouraged. Okay? Yes. And then this idea of senior 1 to senior 4, there is what they call ordinary level of education. They are saying any human being breathing oxygen should have ordinary level knowledge. That is the way it was taken. You take history, I have heard Cabral, this was a Spaniard who went to Mexico and he met Cortez. But I know that. But ordinary level, they are saying senior 1 and senior 4, it is ordinary level. Even if you are not going to do sciences later, the material taught here can help you if you go to agriculture, how you measure, how you appreciate plants. You can go to, carpentry. Measurements are important. Understanding uncertainties. Okay, that was the role. And I think that was the idea behind it, that you are going to create a middle income or middle technology middle, that when the bulb goes wrong, you can work to make you comfortable, live harmoniously with the world. That was the level of senior 1 to SC4, not necessarily for examination. It was meant for knowledge acquisition, that to be confident when people are discussing issues about science, at least you have some rudimentary. Incidentally, if you happen to have children and you didn't do sciences these days, you are really challenged. You must have some basics to bring up a decent home and have good children. You must attain physics up to senior 4, at least you can gamble with some chemistry. But you can't tell a senior 2 kid that I don't know. Okay, you may lose the fatherhood. This is the situation. And I think that those were the questions. Okay. Hello?
Yes, Professor. Those were indeed the questions. Of course, they are those of Professor Tukume. Most of them are really advisory. They really focus on early skilling, which is very good. Vocationalization, which should go along with the other, the academic system as we know it. But most importantly, I was very impressed. Colleagues, I think we need to take a message. There is that slide where a professor took us through the balancing, basic education, and then the vocational, okay, and higher education. The OD system, the OD form, and the new system. And the new form. That slide is very critical. If we are to go away, I think that is the slide. If you can't take anything else, take that slide. Look at the way he has structured it, the education, the OD system, which focused on the certificate, and now it's saying it's more about skills and competence, okay, which really relate to the worker market, the labor market. Now you go, whether the other one was for the low achieving school dropout, but it says all that need the skills should be allowed to, should be a target audience for the training. And then he talks about the school system, the method of delivery, which is really, it should be done anywhere in a workplace oriented to the environment. And lastly, the management, which has basically been government is saying the private-public partnership could come in. That slide is really a takeaway for all of us. It's talked about the gaps in STI advancement, which we all know. It's talked about the environment, conducive environment, enabling environment. Professor, we can only thank you for really this preparation. I've seen it is a lot of work, and Professor Tukume, we request that you share the slides with us. It is something that I want to continue reflecting in all through my remaining years in the service. The essence of education. What is it that we need to do differently? Why haven't we delivered? Why are we running away, okay, from vocationalization to this higher elitist education? Professor, we thank you, and colleagues join me to sincerely convey our appreciation to Professor for sharing with us this afternoon. It was by deliberate decision that they put this session in last. So we come to the end of this session. I want to hand over to the convener, Professor Tugume, to inform us of any next steps as we wait for tomorrow to continue with the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Wins. What is the next is to accept what Professor Gujo has told us as the way to go. And I think that is going to inform our policy. We are going to have a policy document drafted at the end of this meeting. And the presenters will be some of the drafters. I mean, this is serious business. It is not business as usual. And we believe we are going to have a change. It is part of our work. It is our country. We have to contribute to it when we are still around and when we are still able. And I really want to pass a vote of thanks and appreciation to Professor Gujo, to all the other presenters that came before, to our Honorable Minister, and promise we apologize. We overshoot by time. We sincerely apologize, but we shall do better next time, which will be tomorrow. I invite again to come in tomorrow for another exciting session. We hope that we'll be able to make this time much better. Thank you very much. The meeting is closed. hereby, and we continue tomorrow. Thank you very much. The Lord bless you.
Thank you.